UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. I am Wolf Tan Mia. I am your werewolf. The Wolf Commander Rambles is here today, giving you another topic of the discussion. Today will be of days that I am only referencing. I will not say it outright, but we are here for entertainment, everybody. Grab a popcorn, grab a seat, stretch, get some water. Strap yourselves in, folks, because this is probably going to be the longest stream I might do today. For today is the day of days. Today, the Wolf Commander will talk about his thoughts on the entire Power Rangers franchise. Yes, it's been something I've been wanting to talk about for the longest time because there hasn't been much to talk about lately about the Power Rangers franchise. We've gone a long way since then. From my circles, I've heard people say that they only stopped at the Mighty Morphin era, which we the fans have dubbed the Zordon era or the Saban era. Some didn't even know that there were other shows after the Saban era, which we aptly name the Disney era. And some of you do not know that there was something after the Disney era, now that we've called and dubbed the Neil Saban era, because the founder of Power Rangers himself reacquired Power Rangers from Disney to reinvigorate this series. This series is going on still yet again, everybody. The latest season of Power Rangers is on Netflix and on Nickelodeon, possibly. But there have been seasons after the Disney era of Power Rangers. This franchise has spent also movies. From the 1998 one to Turbo, a Power Rangers movie, to its very own adaptation that came out in 2017. I am not calling that version a reboot, ladies and gentlemen. I am not calling the 2017 movie a reboot. I'm calling that one an adaptation, an actual adaptation of the series as a whole, particularly the Mighty Morphin season as a whole. That is not a reboot, everybody. Not in my eyes, and not of the criteria that for me to call it a reboot. The criteria, which I'm definitely gonna make a stream about reboots. One thing I have a disdain for when it comes to reboots is everybody's perception of what a reboot is, and anything that's new, they tend, or at least new to that's part of a public IP, they instantly call a reboot, be it an animated movie or even a live adaptation movie. Disney. But that will be another topic for another time, everybody. Yes, the Wolf Commander has an encyclopedia of knowledge of this series. I've been staying with this series since Jump, when I was a wee tyke, in and out of school, hurrying back home from school to watch this series every day when it was on every day of the week when you get off of school and get to home and do your homework. It was even on Saturday mornings and Saturday afternoons. And I was watching it dutifully, religiously even. And I stuck around this series even after the Zordon era, and I stuck around this series after the Disney era. And I even took a little trip through the Neil Saban era. Unfortunately, the Neil Saban era left so much to be desired. I've only watched two of the best ones that came out of that era, which I'm going to definitely get into, most definitely. Heck, I'll even go over the ones I didn't like in this run, especially the Disney run. I'll be going over those too. My likes and dislikes, of course, everybody. My general thoughts to my favorite Power Rangers too. Let me welcome to the chat, everybody. We have Brian Gill Martin saying the iconic line, so I'm gonna humor him for a bit. It's Morphin time! That was my attempt at an impression of Jason, the leader of the Power Rangers. I'm also welcoming Melissa Harris, who will not be joining us tonight, but she is giving a shout out like I tell most people in the Facebook groups and on Twitter. Melissa Harris can't stay. Me and Jay got some work to do today. We hope you have a wonderful stream and happy election day. Please do not. I'm laying out the rules right now. Please do not mention the election day while I'm doing this discussion. Y'all can say that somewhere else, guys. You got forums, you got blogs, you got social media elsewhere. You will not be talking about that, about what's today of all days in the chats, in the comments. Okay, that is my number one rule, and that's the same rule I'm going to be going for in the next stream on Thursday when I'll be talking about the 2011 Thundercats reboot, which I will classify as a reboot, unlike the 2017 Power Rangers movie. But you will not be talking about the election day in these comments. I even said it in the comment right here. No talking about the election, please. Let me also welcome Pa Pacelli in the house, but he's also addressing Melissa Harris. Let me go see. All right, Troy, I appreciate that for giving me a shout out. Oh yeah. I hope you get the job too. By the way, I really hope you get the job. You didn't mention that. And Brian Gilmore has some steaks and some fries. All right, brother. And I have to address Melissa Harris with the shout out too. It's Morphin time! Sorry, let me try that one more time. It's Morphin time! That's my attempt at Tommy Oliver, the Green Ranger. You guys, I'm going to be doing some impressions as well in this stream. So be on the lookout for that and rate me on my impressions from 10 to 0. You can give me a 0 if you want to be cheeky like that, because that's what the stream going to be about. And I appreciate that, Melissa. I do appreciate that. Okay. And I also will welcome Ma Pacelli. There's Network. I am still safe. I heard a few sirens and I heard a few helicopters soaring about last night, but relatively we are safe. Me, my wife, and our roommate. We are okay. I've heard a few sirens, but so far no cops has run around here, and I haven't heard no sounds of chanting and protesting. Mostly because that stuff is probably somewhere in downtown San Diego or elsewhere, a major city. But thankfully, we are safe. So hopefully it'll stay that way this week. So I'll be okay. I got my sledgehammer in handy next, but I will assure you, everybody, I'm not looking for a fight. But I will be ready for one if it does come to my doorstep. Rest assured of that. And I have been exercising this whole year, conditioning my body like a brick. Okay? Just like the Power Rangers. I will protect my home. This is America, everybody, and I'm American. I stick by for what I am and who I am and what I am for. But let me move on and address anybody who's still in here. I think that's everybody. We got 4 people in here. All right, then let's begin now. So, so a little bit about the Power Rangers. The Power Rangers was not really a show that was originally created. It was a show that was built off another property across this overseas of the land of the rising sun, Japan. It is an adaptation with a few stock footages. Let's just be real. It's an adaptation of a Super Sentai series called Zhu Ranger, which they used the footage for most of the fights in morphing of Power Rangers. And Saban struck a deal with the creators of Super Sentai to ship their footage over to the States where he can create a property using these footages called Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers debuted. Oh my goodness, I am so unprepared for this. Let me look up Power Rangers real quick. Excuse me. I don't mean to burp in you guys' ears. I know you guys are not wearing headphones, but the sound of me burping will not be unpleasant. I'm a very cultured person, by the way. Let me see. I don't mean to go silent on you guys. And I'm on a good flow too, and I don't want to just lose my flow. All right. Power Rangers debuted in 1993. Ooh, that's probably a good year for me, or probably a good year for my school year, but whatever. Debuted in 1993 and in 1995. It spawned a movie, the first movie around 1995, and like I said, the true adaptation came about at in 2017. It stars a very ensemble cast, starring the mentor Zordon, Jason Lee Scott, Zach. Trying to remember their names. My goodness. See, as excited as I am with this series or with this stream, it seems like I'm winging it. Am I, guys? Oh boy. All right, let me try it again. It starred Jason Lee Scott, Zach Taylor, Trini Kwan, Kimberly Hart, Billy Cranston. I'm sorry, Billy Cranston, and later down the road we had Tommy Oliver, and then come about the second season we got Rocky DeSantos, Adam Park, Aisha Campbell, and before those guys we had Catherine Cat Hillard. We also had Zordon and Alpha 5. They make the bulk of the good guys. We also have side characters Farkas Bulkmeyer and Eugene Skolovich, two bullies that later became one of the best written characters later on in the series. I will not get into any more side characters like Ernie, Mr. Kaplan, and everybody else, but we'll be focusing on Bulk and Skull because those are the major side characters that made an impact in the show itself. Then we also have the villains: Rita Repulsa, Lord Zed, Goldar, Rito Rivalto, Scorpina, Finster, Squat, Baboon, sometimes Master Vile. We will not bring in. Hmm. All right, I won't mention Lokar, but he was somewhat of a villain that was there. Anyways, oh, I can also name another one, Ninja. One of the best characters next to the Blue Centurion. Oh, hey, Big Al. We got Al in the house. Welcome everybody. Al for the first time in the Wolf Commander Rambles. That's an unexpected surprise there, buddy. All right. Seems like everybody just want to get away from the important stuff and just have fun today. On a Tuesday, no less. At least until when we get to the professor streams. All right. Or anybody else, whoever's streaming tonight. But I'll be your afternoon entertainment. Me just rambling about good stuff instead of just rambling about bad stuff, guys. That's what this show series is mostly about. We ramble about good stuff. Or sometimes you guys come to me for, some writing advice or some free advice. Anyways, without further ado, And I hope you just stay for a cool minute or maybe an hour, or who knows, Big Al. This might be your gateway to the franchise as a whole. I think some of you guys know at least about the Power Rangers, but I'm pretty sure there's some of you who don't know much about the Power Rangers. Luckily, I'm here. Anyways, so my first walkthrough of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers was spectacular. I remember I didn't really catch the first episode on first viewing, but I did catch a series of episodes, and since then I was committed to it. Me and my brother were committed to Power Rangers once that show had aired. Especially when I first saw a big T-Rex robot fight a monster. Sadly getting knocked down at the end of the commercial, but I was with it. I was with it. I was At that time I was watching Mighty Max, Ronin Warriors, even even Sky Surfer Strike Force at the time. But seeing Power Rangers on the screen, that was something to behold, especially the morals and dare I said the principles that they set for little children, girls and boys. Stick up to villains, stick up to bullies. Dedicate yourselves. Treat your neighbor. You can almost say that the Power Rangers was almost nearly as conservative as they could get. Fixing your faults, overcoming obstacles, looking for the right guy, the right girl, stuff like that. It was very wholesome entertainment, despite the martial arts and quote unquote violence that the soccer moms used to always tout as possible a bad influence to the youth at the time. Not to not to denigrate any Christians in the stream. I'm not talking about you guys. You guys are wholesome people. You guys are my kind of people. But I'm talking about the ones that were stroking up the fear fire about shows that were coming out, especially video games, particularly Mortal Kombat at the time. And I was that little tight simulating the action, the fights, and the kicks and the punching and the ayah, the ayah. You know, I almost had a morpher too. My mom bought me the toys. We had the weapons. I always carried the Dino Saber as well, the Power Saber actually, not the Dino Saber, the Power Saber that Jason used to fight with. And oh man, that thing was stuck to me like glue. Cause well, me being me, any show that you put the ensemble cast in, I immediately latch onto the leader of the ensemble cast. So which ranger I was when we used to go out and play Power Rangers. Didn't matter. Well, at least on. All right, let me pause real quick to highlight this comment. All right, here we go. Here we go. Let me drink something real quick. I'm ready for this. I'm ready for this. I'm ready for this. Let me do this real quick. Drink a little Gatorade to clear my throat real quick. Because this is going to be loud, guys. I hope you guys got your volume down. Excuse me. Get over here! Fatality. Excellent. Welcome to the chat, everybody. Our newest member, Neostar Productions from Ishii Streams. The brilliant star that shines through the night. The surge of power that jumpstarts justice. Riser Man stands before you. I hope I emulate, or at least impersonate, the type of voice that you would imagine that hero would declare his truthful decree. Neostar. Welcome, Neostar. Welcome, everybody, Neostar. He is a first timer here. First timer here. And I'm glad he was showing up, because he was talking about showing up to one of these. And I'm glad that he's here. I'm so glad. Now, everybody in the chat, for those of you who are from Ishii's channel, this is not that type of stream. Please watch your language. We also have Ma Pacelli, and she will be watching you. So yes, Yes. Watch your language, everybody. Be on your best behavior. Out of respect for Ma Pacelli. She's a wholesome lady, very wholesome lady. So give her the respect that she's earned, please. Also, Neo Star, one rule: no talking about the election at all. Since you just now jumped in here, that's my golden rule. I should have put that in the description. Then again, slipped my mind the day. Anyways, hope you guys are gonna enjoy me ramble on and on and on and on about Power Rangers. I th- I will say this. Here's one thing I did love about the show, the series itself, was that rockin' tune, that opening. And I'm gonna try to sing it, but I'm a little nervous, guys, because I might butcher this one. I know I sing it a few times in a few streams here and there. Y'all probably heard me try it, and y'all are no stranger to that. Excuse me, but I'm gonna try to sing the opening theme song. They've got a fighting for the. Ooh, nope, 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 not doing it. Not, nope, nope, nope. I'm too nervous. My brain's too nervous. I just slipped on the words, but I'm pretty sure you guys are gonna sing it in the streams. Sorry, in the comments. And trust me, I'm going to be catching it here. Anyways, moving on. So one thing that I have to address right now before I get to my general thoughts about the first season of Power Rangers was the fact that people tend to tout the placements of each character in each color. The whole misplaced thought process that people call Power Rangers racist for putting the black character as the Black Ranger, the Asian character as the Yellow Ranger, and the later on you had the Native American as the Red Ranger in Zeo, which I tend to roll my eyes about that notion. I really do. I tend to roll my eyes on that one. You're really gonna focus on that when they were so much more than that. Like Zach Zach may have been the Black Ranger despite him being a black man, but he had character. Trini may have been the Asian character being the Yellow Ranger, but she had character. And Tommy being Native American later on becoming Zero Ranger Red 5, being a Native American, bruh, there's way more stuff. If you would just watch the show, it's more to it than just that. It's not like they intentionally did. And the creators went on record saying that they did not know. They gonna address that definitely. Definitely gonna address that. Oh, Troy. I'm not even sure that if that's a Trek reference or not, but I'm definitely gonna highlight that one. But yeah, I never noticed it as a kid, and I didn't notice it now as an adult. I didn't even know that those were color coded for our convenience in real life. I mean, I didn't know that Asians were referred to as yellow people, or the Native Americans. Well, I was well aware that they were often called redskin in a very derogatory term to bring that up. But I didn't know Asians were color coded yellow at the time, and even then, I still didn't care. Though I will admit that growing up, or at least when I was a kid, I did have the biggest crush on Trini. Oh boy. But anyways, so one of my favorite episodes of Mighty Morphin was definitely the Green with Evil saga, which I'm gonna get my thoughts into that soon enough. But one what was if I can remember at the top of my head, was of course the Day of the Dumpster, which is the arrival of Rita Repulsa and her minions. You know, you got after 10,000 years of being free, it's time to conquer Earth. Then you have Zordon finally waking up and Alpha booting up. Alpha, Alpha, record, yeah, recruit, yeah. I can't say the line right now, but I will say the opening line. Alpha, Rita's escape. Recruit a group of teenagers with attitude. So you had Rita, you had Goldar. I will crush those Power Rangers. He had two voice line. He had two voice actors from the early days. Don't worry, my queen. I will take care of the Power Rangers myself. Till later, you get the iconic Goldar voice. I will squash you, Green Ranger. He was one of the best dragon type villains that ever. Especially when Scorpina was joined in. When Scorpina was sided with him, those were like the best combos. But you also had Finster. I have just the monster for you, my queen. Who's always making the monsters out of clay, baking them into the Monster-matic, that machine that will burp out the monster of the day, which of course at that time in the 90s and even shows in the mid to late 2000s, you had the monster of the week type of episodes until you get those penultimate 3-parters, 4-parters, you know. And then we also get later on in the Disney era, they have they also have the Casey Scott's here. Welcome everybody to the chat. We'll get to that, Big Al. We'll definitely get to that. Oh my goodness, we do have some Power Rangers fans in here. My goodness. How far of a fan are you, Big Al? Please tell me. Anyways, so you had the Monster-matic. You also had Squat and Baboon, which they had their own little shindigs. Supposedly Squat was a potion maker, so he made the potions like spells, love spells, hypnotic spells. I don't know what I think Baboon was supposed to be an alchemist. So I think he would find jewels of some sort. But I had one episode I did like in particular was a Jason Focus episode, which I think it was called Survival of the Fittest or the Strongest. And he was like doing the bench press, and he was going for I think he was going for a record, and he was it was like a confidence like thing, and that's when they introduced the Spinks, King Spinks. That's what his name, King Spinks. And I really wish this character was a recurring character because I liked his design, and he almost looked like a brother to Goldar, and it was like just the two of them fighting, and it was the episode where King Speaks power where he flaps his wings would eliminate each, basically just smash knockout every all the Power Rangers except for Jason, and he had to fight them both himself to get his confidence up. There was also that is until when they get the Power Rangers back and they got the Megazord to slay King Speaks, and Goddard just like any smart person would just get out of there. But that was one episode that resonated with me, especially my strive to be a leader in life, and that's why I latched on to leadership roles in stories. But Power Rangers was that one show that really fed into my strive to being a leader through that episode as well. There was also the episode with Zach where he fights the. I'm talking about shows I remember, episodes I remember vividly where Zach fights the Nasty Knight, which was this monster that had this sword that whenever time he struck a weapon, it instantly charred burn, and they had to repair their weapons. I'm pretty sure they required their weapons. sometime before that though, because I think they used to mishmash the episodes here and there during the weeks when I watched them. I also like the episode where they had the putties masquerading as the Power Rangers and giving them a bad look to the public, where it kind of acknowledges that they're humans, that they're the public knows about the Power Rangers existence. Granted, they don't know their identities, but still. And then there was I guess the ones that resonated me more were the episodes that were focused on each individual Power Rangers, like Trini learning to I think she was learn to focus with her fighting technique, the Mantis technique, where she fights the Mantis monster. Then there was Kimberly and her uncle in that episode where he drinks his I'm gonna say that was beer. I'm sure they call it something else, but I'm sure it's supposed to be beer. But Squat spikes his beer, and he basically falls asleep on the control, and Trini through Zordon's words had to land the plane herself, and that's where they fought. I believe it was called the monster was called the Lizardnator. No, the Lizardnator was somebody else. That was another almost a Jason focused episode. But I think it was the Snake King, I believe. But yeah, and fun fact about that monster was voiced by Bryan Cranston himself, who also voiced a few series of monsters on the show before he became Zordon in the 2017 movie. So fancy that one. That was of of me the roles that he played in on Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Those were one of the monsters he voiced. I can only remember that was the one that he voiced. I mean, I could look it up, but pretty sure you guys just want to hear me just continue rambling. You want to elaborate more about that, Neil, please. Yep, I'm definitely gonna address your comments when I take a break from discussing. As a matter of fact, speaking of monsters, let me go in and talk about the monsters that scared me as a kid. Yeah, Pudgy Pig, bruh, that thing scared me as a kid. Just a pig head with arms and legs and eating up stuff everywhere. I was like, man, I was relieved when they killed that thing. I did not like the Pudgy Pig when I was a kid. I'm like of all most of many of the monsters that scared me as a kid. That one terrified me as a kid. It was all making all that gibberish and stuff and eating up stuff. Another monster that scared me was the Toad monster, and that's only because just seeing the Power Rangers get eaten alive by that thing that scared me because they were kicking and screaming. I was like, oh my goodness, this episode went dark. And do you see their faces prop up on his stomach? That was some straight up devil man stuff right there. I'm like, no, I'm not. Here's one thing I gotta tell you guys right now. Even if it scares me, even while I'm watching it scares me, I stick to it despite my fears. Except for the Exorcist. The Exorcist was a different story. So when she started puking, I changed the channel immediately. That'll be another talk for another time. But yeah, fun fact about my fears. It was the Exorcist that made me change the channel immediately. That's how scary the Exorcist was. But again, continuing. Another monster that scared me. What was another monster that scared? Oh yeah, I did mention in one of the streams uh was it Drumoman or Drumole? I think it was named Drumole. Drumole used to scare me, but again, The reason why Dramold scared me because its opening appearance was that it was underground, creating dirt mounds and even the floors. And the only reason why Teratoad, that's right, that's what it's called, Teratoad. Basically, most of the monsters that Kimberly had to fight on her own to help the others usually were the ones that scared me. That and the Frankenstein monster. But let me go back to Dramold. The only reason why Dramold scared me, despite his appearance and look, because his appearance and look was fine. Trust me, his look and appearance were fine. But his opening introduction reminded me of Screamers, and I watched Screamers when I was a kid, and Screamers used to scare me because the first claw edition of the first blade edition of the Screamers were underground, and you didn't know if and when they were going to attack, and how they attack was scary for me as a kid, especially the later edition that pops in later in the movie, which was more of a mouse like design. Excuse me, that movie scared me, but I still enjoy the heck out of Screamers. If you guys don't know what Screamers is, it's the one with Peter Weller and that hot chick. I can't remember her name, but yeah, that's that sci-fi movie that was adapted from a Philip K. Dick story. Second Variety is called. But yeah, that's the reason why Jamal scared me. And there was also the one I think Lokar was the one that was like the wind demon. I think he scared me too. Him and Cyclops. The Bloom of Doom didn't really bother me. Didn't really bother me at all. Bloom of Doom. I think also was there was also that one with the skull face that later converts into that bigger monster with the horns. It's only his first form that scared me, but his second form was fine. And sometimes most monsters would scare me in powers because at the time when I was a kid, my biggest fear still, I don't know if it still is a big fear now as an adult, but my biggest fear as a kid was that if my heroes couldn't beat it, I'm afraid of it. So you can imagine how I felt about Superman when he fought Darkseid in Superman the Anime series. I was scared. I was scared of that guy because Superman couldn't beat him. So yeah, if it's, or say for instance, if my uncles or anybody who's playing a video game, if they can't beat a certain boss, I'll be afraid of that boss. That's where my fears come in at when I was a kid. That's that's where my fear of zombies came in, especially when I watched Night of the Living Dead. Um, I don't think it was Night of the Living Dead. It was another one. I think it was Return of the Living Dead. I believe it was one of those movies. But in those movies, the zombies wouldn't go down at all. But again, another topic for another stream. Let's get back into Power Rangers. Now, Green Ranger definitely spiked up my fears when Green with Evil came about, because nobody could not land one hit on this guys, and even if they did, he would just brush it off. And this is where you introduce Tommy. Once you get done with the Monster of the Week episodes, and you get to the three-parters, which are usually the best in the first season and going forward. But one thing I loved about Green Ranger now was the fact that he was the one thing that was able to get into the blanking on the name now, the command center, and just lay waste. Also, welcome Matthew Flynn to the chat, everybody. I'm gonna read his comment real quick. Am I the only one who like to? You ain't alone, brother. You ain't alone, bruh. Let me tell you right now. I agree with everybody who says that movie is terrible, but I also agree with everybody who actually liked that movie. I like that movie. The kid in me won't let me hate that movie. I even say out there. I say I even like Turbo, a Power Rangers movie, had a better. I, but that's only because that had the sure virtue of having a better Megazord fight than the first movie, because they did it right this time, not use CGI. But Green with Evil Saga was man. I was like really for Professor Geek to mention and prop I think Troy and H Boomer and even Al himself to mention TV radio productions, the War of the Worlds and stuff. Green with Evil to me was my version of the War of the Worlds. Like you tune in every episode, and the Green Ranger is roaming around. They're trying to fight them. They're trying to beat them. You know what I'm saying? You had you had the Rangers trying to figure out how to get the command center back together, like getting Zordon back, because Zordon was disabled at the time. And this is like really good storytelling when you have the team that's moving around without the mentor to guide them. So they also had they also brought in some weird gadgets like the rat bug, which is a flying Volkswagen to get them to and from the command center without teleporting, because they had to teleport to the command center at first, but with the command center being disabled, somehow Billy built him a supercar to get them there. That's one thing I loved about Billy. He had some really wild out there gadgets. One thing I didn't notice, that people mentioned, or at least mentioned in many blogs at the time when I was looking through Power Rangers related stuff. I did not know that Trini was used to translate what Billy was saying when he said said techno babble. Basically, she was there to translate techno babble for Billy, for everybody else. I didn't know she was doing that. But then again, I was a kid that barely paid attention to anything half the time. I was just there for the action sometimes, or sometimes sorry, hearing voices outside the house. I'm trying to ascertain what's going on out there, because I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving my house right now. Sorry about that, guys. Didn't mean to get distracted right there. But you know where I'm living here in the urban jungle. Anything can happen. But anyways, let me continue. See, I didn't know Trini was used for describing technobabble. That was weird. That's kind of funny how the the smart age. I'm poking fun at this, by the way, guys. I'm poking fun at this. I'm not actually treating it as a serious thing. I'm poking fun at this. The agent is translating the technobabble through from the white guy. It's kind of funny because they all went to high school. You would think they would know exactly what Billy is talking about. They seem to be straight A students. There was never when you get into their school, like there was never a moment where I heard that they were failing anything. At least, I mean, there was an episode where Kimberly was having a bad day, but other than that, like there was nothing really stopping them from going to school or having any issues, doing their schoolwork or anything like that, until we addressed that sometime in later shows that put them back into a school setting. So I don't understand why they would have Trini, translate the ten. I guess that, you know what, as I'm thinking about it right now, I think that was for the benefit of the audience and not for the characters themselves, which is terrible writing, guys. Don't ever do that. Don't ever have a character translate technobabble for the convenience of the audience. It should always be organic within it should be organic within the world. I mean, never, or at least if you're gonna do it in a covert way. I guess. I mean that'll take a lot of practice. I can't really give you a good example of that. But yeah, I always I never noticed that, but again, I find it weird now that I found that out. So one thing I gotta say about the Green with Evil saga, I loved it for the drama it created. I also loved it for the stakes when every time they raised, especially when they got Zordon back. I'm gonna address that too, Matthew Flynn. If you stick around, guys, because stick around, guys. This is gonna be a wild ride. This is gonna be a wild ride. I'm talking. I'm not just talking about the first season. I'm talking about all seasons. I'm gonna try to breeze through them as fast as I can, but I'm gonna talk about all seasons, even the Neo Saban era seasons, and including the 2017 movie, and my general thoughts of the 2017 movie. Uh, One thing I gotta say is sort of I would say a negative is how they conclude the Green with Evil, which is they established that through the power coin, at least that's what I thought what was happening. Through the power coin, Rita was controlling the Green Ranger. Yet somehow when they got the I think it's called the Saber of Evil, the Evil Saber, or the Dragon Saber, or something like that. Um, by destroying that saber is what broke the spell. But the first episode established that she cast a spell on him, and yet the spell transferred over into the sword, which again was a cop out. I call that a cop out, but it's still an overall well written saga. I don't even truth be told, I don't even think they I think they did that just to I think they did that. Sorry, I have to eat something real quick. I think they had to do that to line up with the Sentai footage because they had to mix up the Sword of Darkness. That's what's called Sword of Darkness. Thank you, Brian Gilmar. Sword of Darkness. Yeah, I think the reason why they did that way is because it had to line up with the Sentai footage. And that's why it had to be. Which oh man, there was so much stuff that they had to do to work with with that Sentai footage. And and speaking of Sentai footage, I tend to poke fun at every once in a while when it crops up, especially when they use it for normal everyday shots. Knowing full well they use stock footage of American locations, but in some of the Sentai footage that they use tend to have that there's some landmarks that's not in America but is in another country, right? So I made this joke one time on Facebook when I rewatched one episode of Power Rangers, and in the scene, the Sentai footage it was a space shuttle. So I'm guessing they had to use this space shuttle for the plot. But when you look at the space shuttle's wings, you can recognize the Japanese flag symbol on both of the wings. Or like when they confront the Green Ranger, you can see Tokyo Tower in the distance. And I made this comment on Facebook one time, and a friend of mine had caught the comment, and her reaction was priceless. And I'm gonna paraphrase what I said. Oh, so Angel Grove takes place in Japan, is set in Japan as well, huh? And she's like, "What? How could Angel Grove be set in Japan?" Oh my goodness, I cannot believe that she was that gullible to believe my actual words. So I had to explain to her that the Sentai footage is from Japan. So when you really look at it, when you look at Power is supposed to take place in America. But when you use the Sentai footage, we all know that a lot of cases, the Japanese really pops up, especially when especially the scene where the Green Ranger quote unquote rises up after Rita's finished with her uh her spell. He gets up and he's Japanese for a cool second, and then we get to We did because the Green Ranger, and we now get Tommy. And I always thought he was an alien of some sort when I was a kid when he rose up. But I of course I didn't know that it was a Japanese person before they transfer over to the actual footage on the show. Then there was times where there was a moment where oh my goodness, there was another moment where stuff like that happened, where you know that obviously it's the Sentai footage, but you know it's supposed to blend in with the show, but it doesn't blend in that well. Oh yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna address yeah, so you guys ever wonder why Trini never wore a skirt when she transformed, except for say for Kimberly? She's supposed to be the girl, right? And apparently the girls are supposed to wear the skirts, right? So Trini, when she transforms, she doesn't wear a skirt. So to us, that just meant that she was a tomboy, mostly a tomboy, right? Well, most people who watch Zoo Ranger in this chat knows that Trini's counterpart was Boy. Yeah, the character's name was Boy, Boy. Sorry, Boi, and he was a dude. So Zero Ranger, Zero Ranger had a male Yellow Ranger way before Ninja Storm got theirs. Yellow Ranger, their male Yellow Ranger. I mean, that was different, which I'm gonna cover when we get there. More on that later. But yeah. So those of you who ever wonder why her her bust would disappear when she transforms, there's your answer. Yeah, Brian. Yep, that was him. Which I'm gonna cover the White Ranger soon, because there was some. I'm bringing this up now because there's a lot of things that Power Rangers later on borrowed from Super Sentai, which was quite interesting how it got borrowed and used for another season. Neither was I, Neil Star. I mean, I'm checking them now as an adult, but as a kid, not really. Anyways, let me go over your comments, take a quick break, and I'm gonna move on to second season. Excuse me. Long live Princess Rita! Aya! Y'all, y'all sharing some y'all sharing some Kindred's Club in the chats. Neil starts respecting the rule. Thank you. Pretty sure Troy and Nanette has did that, but that does not mean you guys misbehave. Rule. Behave. Please do not get into a debate either, and please do not get into a fight. Be respectful of everybody's love for any Power Rangers that you probably did not like. Please. All right. Yeah, Ron Westerman was the musician who did most of the Saban era openings and music. Definitely. He was I think he did most of them up till Mystic Force. Mystic Force. He had here's a trivia about Wasserman's music. He had an opening for Mystic Force, but they rejected that in favor of what Mystic Force music was as of that. Ew, yeah, got tongue tied there. Mystic Force had a different opening, and I wish they would have went with the original Wasserman opening. You can find that on his channel, the Mystic Force original opening, and it is good. It is good. I wish they would have went with that one instead of "We are the power, we are the." Probably give you a little preview when I try to sing some of the songs later on. I'm gonna give you guys some treats, give you guys a few treats here and there during the stream. Didn't Walter Jones choose to be a Black Ranger though? Duh. That's what I'm saying. Like, here's the thing about people that always try to bring up race and stuff like that. They don't take in consideration that some people choose to be in the positions that they are. They always try to inject their own perspectives, their sorry, not perspective, their preconceived notions that somebody's there for other ulterior motives or dark motives. Yeah, yep, yep. I was crushed on Trini. In fact, you know what? No, it was more than just Trini. I crushed on almost just about every Yellow Ranger introduced into Power Rangers season after season after season. Though I did have a small crush on Kendrick's. Mine was my huge crush. My that jungle leg get up just got me. That- she was looking like she walked out of a Frank Frazetta painting. Almost. Well, no. Actually, that was the Spia from the '95 movie. The Spia. Everybody remember the Spia? Oh my goodness, she looked like she came off a Frank Frazetta painting. Which I'm gonna cover that if I can, if you guys are still around. Troy's quote here. And what race is Blue Ranger? I didn't see any Andorian antenna on his head. I mean, that is a Trek reference, actually. That is a Trek reference. I mean, we did have the Equation Rangers, the Alien Rangers, except for Mystic Force. Big Al. Mystic Force actually had the first tomboy Pink Ranger, if I recall correctly. In Mystic Force, the girly girl was actually the Yellow Ranger in that one, and they were sisters. But yeah, you're still right. You're still right. But Mystic Force kind of changed that moment, and I think some other seasons changed that too. Moving on. You know, let me address Kendrick's real quick. Kendrick's death really. Me and my cousin was watching Lost Galaxy at the time, and Kendrick's death really impacted us really heavily. I was like, that was a big shock right there to see somebody in Power Rangers die like that, especially the way how she went. And as a lot of people point in the comments, the actress left due to being diagnosed with leukemia. And as I'm speaking as of today, just to clear the air, she has made a recovery, and that's the reason why she showed back up later on at the end of Lost Galaxy, because the actress did survive leukemia, and she made her final appearance in Lost Galaxy. So she's alive and well, guys. Just letting you guys know, she's alive and well. She has a Facebook. She has a Facebook, I believe, and I think she also has a Twitter, maybe. But she's alive and well as of speaking on this stream. She's alive and well. Um, see some more comments before I move on to second season. Now that's some respect right there. That's some respect right there. I agree. Yeah. I, I mean, there. If I had to write a novelization of Power Rangers, or if I had to do a reboot of the series itself, he would definitely be a general next to Godar, and well respected. As a matter of fact, me and my friend had did like a little our own little Power Ranger story, and in that Goldar and King Spinks were generals in arms, and all of our generals were scattered. Like most of my favorite monsters were generals in that one. Nasty Knight, King Spinks, I believe. I believe I also made basically the warrior types. I made the warrior types into to generals. How did you? When did you stop? And I kind of wish they would have input that into the to Power Rangers. I tried on YouTube, but I do remember I do revisit the clip Geki versus Burai, which they used the footage for Tommy and Jason's final fight in Green with Evil, which there was still some footage that they could have used. Like when you really look at that footage from beginning to end, there were still some shots that they could have used, but that episode they just want to end it quickly. You guys can elaborate more on Jetman. Yeah, he was that's they only brought him back because they at the time they were also using shipped off suits that they were able to acquire when they were able to shoot some stuff instead of relying on Sentai footage at the time. Snizzard, thank you. I knew it was an S. Snizzard. We got some fans in here, guys. You guys are bad, man. You guys are bad for knowing all this. I didn't. I guy wasn't really that scary to me. I think the lore behind him when they talk about the lore behind him was kind of scary, but his appearance not really that all that much. I think there was a tarantula monster that kind of freaked me out too, but he wasn't really all that scary. But I know Frankenstein, the Frankenstein one was scary. Like when he popped in and he was running around scaring people. Oh my goodness, I wanted to hide under my bed so badly from Frankenstein. Devilman, Devilman, yeah, it's way even freakier in Crybaby. If you ever want to check out Crybaby, man, make sure you are mentally prepared for Crybaby. Oh yeah, yeah, dude, that right there, that right, that along with the command center raid that he when he raided the command center, those were scary parts. Like he got into the Megazord and knocked them all out of the Megazord. We'll begin to him, Casey Scott. I wouldn't say it was a break all rules. He was a Ranger too. Remember that he was a Ranger too. And my screen done froze up. Stream's going, but I won't be able to read your comments on the screen, but I can read your comments on the side. Hate when it does that. It's only 1 hour too. It usually does that after like 2 hours of streaming. It's around in some areas of the Power Rangers. It's around. Just like Serpentera, which I definitely want to mention Serpentera. Speaking of which, I had a Serpentera. I think it was. See if I can get the size right. It was a big toy too. Actually, it was my brother's. No, the Serpentera was my brother's Christmas gift. I had the Red Dragon Thunder Zord as my Christmas. Yeah, as my Christmas gift. But that Serpentera was big. It was biggest toy that I ever played with growing up. Even my that's starting. That's drawing up a lot of memories of my childhood. We even had Jurassic Park toys. I had a T Rex. You know the original Jurassic Park toys. You know I can be all over the place with this stream. I can talk about each. I don't. I was thinking about going in order. I probably will with the Zordon era, but I probably mash it all up in the middle, maybe. Hmm. Oh, y'all talking about music now? Oh, y'all talking about music now? Dragon Zord. You know what's funny about the Dragon Zord? Now that you look at him, he's actually a Godzilla reference, especially when he rises up. I think I've reached the bottom. Well, you guys are going to continue chatting up, so I don't think I'm going to reach the bottom yet. You know what? I'm going to drum up the lyrics. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna jump up the lyrics for some of these songs because I can. I used to be. Nah, I take that back. Combat was my favorite, my top favorite out of the Westerman battle songs. Tick tock, tick tock. You're running out of time. Let me see. So you fell into the danger, and you're all alone tonight. Where you're surrounded by the hurting tide, and you just don't care for the sight. Who will come running to your side? Who will protect you from your fright? All of us are on your side. We'll take them. We'll take them down. Fight! There you go. That's for you, Neo. That was for you. Yeah, I think I was gonna break it the song right there, huh? Oh, I like him too. I don't. I didn't care who was wearing what suit. It didn't matter. All I cared about is the character of the person. I was thinking the same thing too. I think it was Cassie that did broke the mold too. But I think I don't know. I think Cassie did like a few. She was kind of what where my criteria for the girly girl type. There was always like boy crazy. I don't think like I think that's why I don't put Cassie in that category because she was kind of boy crazy. She was crazy for the Phantom Ranger. Definitely, she had a big crush on the Phantom Ranger, especially when it comes to the Pink Rangers. Majority of the time, the Pink Rangers are always boy crazy. Um, I even hazard to say Kendrick might have been in that mode too, breaking that mode too, because she was all into the science and technology and stuff. But she was sort of boy crazy. I take that back. It wasn't. No, you know what? I take back what I said about Mystic Force. It was Time Force. No, it was Time Force. Time Force broke that mode. Uh, Jen, Jen from Time Force was the first tomboyish Pink Ranger. It wasn't. See, this. Yep, y'all can easily tell that Mystic Force was not my favorite because I don't remember. I don't remember her name. But it wasn't her. No, she was the second. It was actually Jen. Jen was the de facto true tomboyish Pink Ranger. Uh, Are you mentally prepared for Berserk though? You are not ready. Yeah, every time combat. Here's the thing about about combat. Every time combat would pop in, my goosebumps would form into my I would get goosebumps on my arms, and like my blood would flush up because that man that line tick tock. You're running out of time. That was my that was my jam. I'll play it every once in a while whenever I get around to walking for fitness when I go out on my fitness walks. No time to stop, 'cause they're all close behind. When they come knock, they better know it's time. I've got the block to keep 'em all in line. Yeah. Let me stop. Let me stop. I'm losing the lyrics there in my mind. It's hard to actually say it and read at the same time because my brain reads things fast and my body has a problem keeping up with my mind. So if y'all hear me flub, that means my mind went a step too ahead of my body, especially vocals. Practically, no, she is the leader of Time Force. West West only took over because they needed a Red Ranger, but but generally Jen is the leader. But the only reason why West was always leading the charge because was the um he he was the blood relative of her husband at the time. Sorry, I got a little distracted there. See the reason why I highlight that one. The reason why West took over because one he was the genetic match of her husband, or at least her fiance, not husband, her fiance. Let me correct that, fiance. Second, he knew everything there is of that timeline. They were basically fish out of water. That's the reason why he took control most majority of the time. But ultimately, it was always Jin leading the charge when it came to operations as Time Force. But when it came down to blending in and moving, like he was the one leading that charge. Let's have a little fun with the comments again. I'll continue, but I want to have a little more fun. Y'all guys give me some juicy comments to check out. Best thing about Kendricks from Brian Gilmar. Best thing about Kendricks was she actually was a scientist instead of some goofball who loved the science. Shake my head. Yeah, we don't get those nowadays. We really don't. We got people who are they don't. Here's another thing about the geek type or the science the real scientist type character. That's a thing of the past because now they're replaced by hot topic scientists. The ones that are not dressed appropriately to be the scientists. They just look. And their dress code is so all over the place that you question whether or not they're scientists. And I and it stems from Ghostbusters 2016. That's the reason why they look the way they do now. That and that one infamous I think it's called CSI with that one goth chick. Let's read some more. I won't lie. I kind of from Neo Star Productions. I won't lie. I kind of missed the boy crazy girl characters. It almost refreshing change from the surplus, insecure man hating shrews that keeps getting pushed. Yeah, that's the thing. Here's the thing about that type of writing. They don't understand that like the people that write those type of characters pretend that they don't hear conversations from girls or even women in general. Men and women are talking about each other all the time. Men and women are crazy about each other all the time. They're trying to put forth this idea that they're not about that. No, we talk about men and women all the time. Think of any conversation that you have been in, Neil Star, if you will, or anybody else in this chat. We talk, dude. Put yourself in an all boys group, right? We talk about women all the time. Sometimes derogatory, sometimes in a positive way, but we talk about women all the time too. Even if we talk about cars, games, and stuff like that, we talk about girls too. Make no mistake about that. We will be lying to ourselves if we weren't. Same thing with women. I've been in many women conversations, even if I wasn't even part of it. They talk about dudes all the time. So don't. So they're lying to they're lying to them to other people and themselves if they're trying to write women to where they are that they're not boy crazy. Like trust me, there's a lot of women that are boy crazy, and that's not, and here's another thing, guys. Being boy or girl crazy is not a bad thing. That's nature. That's in our nature. All right, biology. There's nothing wrong with it. It's only a problem if it turns into obsession. That's the only time when this is for you young cats that are listening in. It's only a problem if it turns into obsession. Remember that. There's nothing wrong with being girl crazy. And there's nothing wrong with being boy crazy for any woman that comes to this backwatch. It only is a problem if it's an obsession. And I think I reached the final bottom of this. More than that, though, but we do talk about real life women too, Brian. We definitely do talk about like that. That's why every time when somebody declares something that's more than just this and like I tend to shake my head because I'm like you're selling them a lie, and you're basically trying to turn everybody into a non-human being, basically. But sorry, let me step away from the mic real quick. Let me get some more refreshments real quick. I don't like when I pause on my shows. I like to keep my flow going, but I have to get a new monster to keep my hype up because I know I'm gonna need all the constitution I need to keep this going. Uh, let's move on to the second season of Power Rangers. After Tommy has now joined the Rangers now. Now here's the reason why Tommy was used sparingly. Obviously, it's because of Sentai footage that involved Burai, the Green Ranger of Zoo Ranger. Obviously, um, another thing was that the next Sentai that they used did not involve the Green Ranger. We all know it involved the White Ranger. We'll begin to that, Neil. We'll definitely begin to that. So they had to find a way to keep Tommy sparingly, especially in the first season when Jamal got involved. That's when he came back, and that's where we were able to get more of Tommy in later battles. One thing I did like about when Tommy did come back, there were times where he would transfer his shield to Jason or Zach. I like that ability too, where he transferred the shield over to another Ranger, which obviously we were never going to see that being done with Trini or Kimberly, because of course the Sentai would not have allowed it unless we were using our own footage, and that would have worked. But we all know that the reason why that was never going to be a case. And you can throw in sexism and all that stuff, you freaking social progressives. No, it's because they were limited by the Sentai footage. They could have did their own footage, but come on, it was a series I was running on a budget. But there were times where they utilized the thank you for the name, Brian Gilmar. Okay, sorry, I'm Brian Gilmar gave me something interesting to look at. Let me retrace my steps real quick. So what I was saying, yeah, they used Tommy sparingly, but when they did, oh man, it was amazing. Like Jason David Frank, the actor who plays Tommy, is a really committed actor. Same thing with Austin St. John and the late Dewey Trini. I say late. I have to address this now. I might as well address this now. But for those of you who may not know, and those who are in know, I'm going to say this right now. But sorry. But the actress Tui Train passed. Oh man, she passed in September 3rd, 2001, car accident. Which is here's another fact about Tui Train Trini Kwan. She almost did not make it to America when she was brought to America. Uh, Her family and herself were stowaways onto a ship, and they were refugees actually. And from her interview, one of her interviews that I've seen that's on YouTube, she almost died on that ship coming here. I believe she had passed out, and they were about to toss off the ship, and her mother saved her by begging them to keep her on. She fought for her life basically. She survived coming to America, which was an interesting fact there, I would say. And sadly, she passed away due to a car accident in 2001. And this is after she starred in The Crow 2: Sea of Angels, which I still call the Crow series a cursed production. Thankfully, most people who played in the later Crow movies and the series are still alive today. But yeah, I had to bring that up. Sorry about that, guys. Didn't want to turn this to a dour stream. Sorry, let me move on to something else that's fun. So they utilized the Dream Ranger when they could, especially when the Dragon Zord became its battle mode form, where the Mastodon becomes the arms and the Saber-tooth tiger and Triceratops becomes the legs and stuff. And man, when he used that drill, that is brutal. Because when he used that drill attack, not only do you see a hole in the monster, but they crack up and then explode. That is freaky. As a kid watching that, that's almost a Mortal Kombat fatality. My goodness. I also like when they become the Ultra Megazord, or at least when they become the Dragon Megazord, where the Dragons are combined to the Megazord, and they also combine to Titanus, the Ultra Zord, which I think is still functioning even to this day currently. There's one thing you gotta know about the Zords, guys. When you go through each season after season, most Zords from the Zordon era are still active, like the Dragon Zord. Titanus is still active. I believe the Quantum Rex is active too, as of now. I'm talking about in the timeline, like our Power Rangers timeline matches up with runs on our timeline too, so to speak. But make no mistake, guys, the Zords some Zords are still active, like Titanus and Dragon Zord. They're still active. Certain seasons confirms it too. That some specific Zords are still active, whether there's a Power Ranger around or not. Um, I don't know if you guys are doing something right now at the moment. Seems like the comments stop. I need to pull y'all strings a bit. No, I can. That's a figure of speech, guys. You guys are not puppets. I meant to. I'm talking about Woody here when I say pull your string. There's a snake in my boot. Reach for the sky. Don't worry, guys. You got a friend in me. No, I'm making awkward pauses and awkward phrases and stuff. Yeah, yeah, Brian. I think the Zilzors are still around too. Speak speaking of speaking of, they never really explain in Turbo why they needed the Turbo Zords at all. Never. No explanation whatsoever. Some people say that Divatox destroyed the Zeal powers, but we all know that that's never been said or confirmed at all. But yeah, the the Zeal Crystal, when it came down to that was one thing that was actually a plot point in the second season. The Zeal Crystal is supposed to get stronger and stronger each year, much like the Phoenix. And same thing with the Zeal Power Rangers. They supposed to get stronger and stronger. Which I would like to. I tend to dub Zeal as the Shonen Power Rangers because of the nature of their powers. They get stronger and stronger. This is what Zoran said about the Zeal Crystal. It gets more powerful each year. So with them being infused with the Zeal Crystal of their respective morpher, they they're supposedly getting stronger and stronger. Which is funny because I believe somebody mentioned Forever Red. I believe Tommy becomes Zeal Ranger 5 Red in that one. Correct me if I'm wrong. He was Zeal Ranger 5 Red in that one. So he's supposed to be the strongest one out of all the Red Rangers in that moment, even Jason, which I'm going to talk about if I get there with Forever Red. If y'all want me to talk about it now, but like, yeah, he's supposed to be more powerful than any of them. Speaking of second season, let's talk about Lord Zed now, since I mentioned him earlier in the stream. Now, a lot of people always say that Lord Zed scared them as a child. I never found Lord Zed scary. I like his design, yeah. Yeah, I just remembered. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying though. But yeah, I just remembered. I just remembered. Did you also know that Rocky was going to be in that one too? And if Rocky was going to be in there, he was going to be the. I was hope like if Steve Cardenas, the actor who plays Rocky, was able to be reached and he was able to get there, I would say that he would have been the ninja form in that one. I would love for him to be the ninja form, because that the ninja form, the ninja mode when they get the ninja powers would have been a cool callback too. Sadly, that's not what happened. Well, they already had a ninja, the Red Equation Ranger. I forgot his name. I usually know. I usually know their names are important to me, guys. That's why I feel so strongly about names. Names have some modicum of respect, especially if you know them. If you say their name, say a person's name, it's giving somebody some respect. That's why names are important to me. And should have known the Equation Ranger's name. Well, I got Wikipedia helping me here, so I might as well look that up. But Lord Zed was never frightening to me, but I did respect him as a villain, especially when he sent the Piranha's head to freeze the Zords. Piranha's head was scary though, and that's due to my fear of if they can't beat something, then I'm instantly afraid of it, and that's the reason why I was afraid of that guy. It's because he froze the Zords, and there was no way of them beating him until no, he came in later after Piranha's head. It's not before. I believe the Green Ranger did show up though, but this is that, and of course this is the time where Tommy had already lost his powers through the evil candy candle. Yes, Oracle. That was his name, Oracle. I knew it was something of that nature. I didn't want to say his name wrong. Yeah, you were the one who mentioned Forever Red, and yet you're like I said. Again, all the Red Rangers in that anniversary, he should have been. I'm not saying that just me pointing that out doesn't mean I want him to wreck all the Beetleborgs in that fight. That's not what I'm saying. That ain't what I'm saying. But what I am saying, I'm just merely pointing out is that he should be the more the more powerful out of all of them at that point. If he still has the Zeo crystals, the Zeo crystals supposed to be way stronger than any of the Rangers there, including Cole from Wild Force. But this was a Wild Force season, so I wasn't really mad that Cole defeated Serpentera, because to me, I'm always okay with the new generation defeating an old nemesis if it's handled correctly, or at least if it's handled in a way that doesn't disrespect the old generation. So Cole defeating Serpentera, I didn't have no problem with at all. I'm just saying, like as soon as Tommy was you know in Zeo form, he should not be struggling, is what I'm saying, or at least there shouldn't be that much struggle between him and whatever general quote unquote. It was a Beetleborg. It shouldn't have been a struggle between him and the general, is what I'm saying. Not that much. That's what I mean by he should have been overpowered, at least overpowered in that regard. But they treated his abilities like every other Ranger there. Him and Jason, and only because Jason has it's the original being the more experienced, and also Carter. All three of them should have been at least overpowered in that regard, because they're both highly skilled and highly experienced. I'm already all over the place with my topics. I'm talking about Forever Red and still trying to stay on topic with season 2 of Power Rangers. But yeah, did anybody like the Alien Rangers, by the way, while I'm talking about Zed? Because again, one thing I like, again, I love Rita. Rita is hot. The Sentai version, definitely, especially the season 2 actress that played her when we got Rita in the actual footage now instead of using Sentai footage. She's pretty cute. But one thing I liked about Zed was the way how he deployed his monsters. Instead of them being made, he took something that was important to people and Rangers specifically, and he would turn them into monsters. And that was something, that was a very creative way to use the Sentai footage. So you have the object of question, but then you can bring in the monster in question. And I think at that point they also shipped in some of the suits, the monster suits, for them to do. Of course, they had monster suits shipped over so that they can do the Rangers in their human form fighting the monsters, of course. but I think they were able to get more monsters too to do more stuff with them. But that's one thing I liked about Zed, definitely, especially when Snake would turn to a staff and his putties, especially the putties. They had a unique design compared to the putties that you would see in regular Power Rangers. Then you also one thing that was scary. Oh, okay. I will say this. I will say this. One thing that was scary about Zed was was the way how he made Rhea felt fear, and before he had exiled her from the what's it called, the palace, the fortress of evil, or the palace of evil, or the dark fortress. Either way, he when he cast her out, that was scary to me because I was basically feeling her fear, but his appearance didn't scare me, and I think the reason why I wasn't really that scared because I had a magazine at the time. I think it was Adventure magazine. Anybody remember the Adventure magazines with the comic books and stuff? The Disney Adventure magazines. Sh- Show of hands in the chat if any of you guys remember those the Adventure magazines. Those used to be in the grocery stores, and my mom would get them for me and my brother. And we most of the time, even if I did look through the pages, I always the only reason why I was hoping she would get them is because of the mini comics. I was there for the mini comics. And now you guys know my gateway into comics now. Yep, adventure magazines. But yeah, I saw the monsters beforehand in the adventure magazines. So not only did I saw the monsters, I also saw Lord Zed. So that's probably why I wasn't really afraid of him. What was interesting about the first episode of Power Rangers was again they aired it on. Oh Brian, oh Brian, I'll get my point across. I'm definitely gonna do that. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. Anyways, y'all shoot me some quotes like Brian there. Shoot me some quotes, and I'll try to give you my best impressions. I think that's what most of you guys are here for too. Sometimes when y'all come into my stream, y'all hear from me trying to do impressions and voice work. But where was I? Yeah, I saw Lord Zed beforehand. I saw the Venus flytrap and Piranha's head and the Sala Iguana. I think it's called the Sala Iguana, I believe. So I saw those beforehand. So most of the monsters that I saw didn't really scare. Like I think, and of course I didn't. I was already growing up. That of course we all were growing up, and I think my fear was subsiding. Like if any monster came about, they weren't really that scary to me. Not like the monsters before. There was also again the first episode aired in prime time. And that was the first time my mother and her boyfriend at the time, me, my mother, her boyfriend at the time, my brother, sat down and watched something that me and my brother watched. That was like a family. That was the first time we enjoyed something together that we watched as kids, as a family. Majority of the time, when we before we went to bed, we would. My mom had the TV in her room, so we watched only what she watched, and that's how I know about Melrose Place, Party of Five, sometimes Beverly Hills 90210, and even New York Undercover. But the first time we actually saw something together as a family, watching stuff that we like to watch, me and my brother, was Power Rangers and the first episode of X-Men, the animated series. That was the first time she actually watched something together with us. Majority of the time, she parked us in front of Ricky Lake, uh, Richard Bay, Sally Jesse Raphael, Jenny Jones, all those talk shows. And there were times she would have us watch, you know, Disney movies with my grandma and my grandpa. when we finally got our own TV in our room and we had a VCR and stuff like that. I'm reminiscing, guys. I'm sorry. Let me move on. So let me do this one. Give me a little swig real quick. Let's go. You know what? When I finally get my Patreon completely set up, y'all better. Well, I don't expect you guys to do this, but if y'all want me to do quotes when we get there, nah. Y'all can do it in the comments too. But it would be not. It'd be a fun experience to have you guys do that with the super chats. At least until I get the money set up, or at least you know what? I'll talk business another time. So let me try this one. The Power Rangers are but mere infants. You are defeated by children. Eh, that was close. I'll give myself a rank. That was a 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10. Or I'll try it again. The Power Rangers were burn. Yeah, the Power Rangers are but mere infants. You were defeated by children. Mm. Sorry, guys. Not my best Zed impression. Not my best. Let's move on to season 3, where here's the thing about season 3. When Zed and Rita got married, well, after they got married, I did not have a problem with them getting married. I didn't have a problem with them married at all. I think a lot of people thought Zed was a weaker villain. I like to reference Likara's History of Power Rangers video that he did years ago, where he even pointed that out, and I agree with him too, that when Zed was by himself, he was doing the standard Rita stuff where he would throw a monster in and fail. But when he got married with Rita, he had way more successes against the Power Rangers. They destroyed the command center, they destroyed the power coins, and and I believe they destroyed the Zords too through that union. So in a way, you could say Zed was way better off married to Rita until the Machine Empire came about, which we'll get into Zeo. I'm breezing through these seasons because I'm hitting the hour mark, and I should have been into more seasons of Power Rangers already at this point. So that's why I'm breezing through right now. But I'll just do some quick highlights for the highlights of season 2. I didn't even get into Bulk and Skull yet, which I used to hate those guys. And that's only because they reminded me of myself being bullied in school. And that's the reason why I hated them. Even if the Rangers, or at least even if they did get their comeuppance every once in a while, I still hated them because they were bullies. Yeah. Some prejudice on my part, huh? I discriminate. I'm just like, what you got against bullies, man? They're just bullies. Well, yeah, they're bullies. I hate them because they're bullies by the sheer virtue of them being bullies. But when season 2 came around and they helped save a baby with the aid of Rocky, Aisha, and Adam, I started to warm up to them more. Now, when they became heroes, I started warming up to Bulk and Skull, even if they were jerks. So not only so they were bullies at first, early in the first season, right? But in the second season, I started to warm up to them after them rescuing the baby. Here's the thing. Here's another thing. When I was watching that episode when they were going after they were saving the baby, I was hoping the Rangers would save the baby. I was not counting on them to save the baby. I was like, that was still me on my Bulk and Skull hatred. But when they did, I warmed up to them, especially when they babysat the baby. They warmed up to me. They were no longer bullies in my eyes. They were now jerks, just jerks. But they were no longer bullies, especially when they joined the police force. They became cops. That's when I started to warm up to them more, especially in Power Rangers Zeo when they helped the Zeo Rangers, which I'm speeding through season 2 and 3 to get to Zeo, because Zeo right there. What can I say about Zeo? That opening had my goosebumps shot up to 11 every single time I watched Zio. And y'all know that opening. Yeah, and conveniently they always miss the mark. And I agree with Linkara in his assessment of Book and Skull, because Book and Skull is his favorite characters. But there should have been a moment where they should have told Book and Skull their true identity, and they that should have been a gateway to show to that should have been, if they had done that in the series, that could have opened up many possibilities of other stories where a character has excuse me, a lot of shows wouldn't have to rely too much on the secret identity thing too long, because even around that time we don't have that much uh stories like that nowadays, because now seems like a lot of shows that have superheroes, they always have the superheroes forego the secret identity because people think secret identities are dumb, and they're too lazy to write creative ways of how the hero hides their identity. There's a lot of creativity on how a hero hides their identity. When you look back at those now, when you look back at the shows where they try to hide their identity a lot, you tend to miss the secret identity in superhero shows or hero shows, period, where the hero has a dark secret and whatnot, or not necessarily a dark secret, a secret to hide, or at least they have a secret identity to protect the loved ones. They don't take into consideration about that. Now they forego the secret identity, which was fun at the time, but when you think about it, the secret identity should never be omitted in your stories. You should always find a creative way of how a hero hides their identity, how they separate the man from the job. And we have Green Lion Girl in here, guys. Welcome, Green Lion Girl, everybody. And she's here on her lunch. How's work so far? We're just here talking about Power Rangers. Thanks for stopping by, Green Lion Girl. I think this is your first time, or maybe no, this is probably your third time, maybe your second. I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. But let me address let me address Brian Gil Martin's comment here. Stronger than before. Go Zeo, powered up for more. Go Zeo, Rangers at the core. Zeo, Power Rangers. Ah, sorry I butchered that song for everybody. But we do have, you can cleanse my butchering on YouTube. That song is still on YouTube, so if y'all want to erase that horrendous portrayal of the song, go check it out on YouTube. Man, this is a pleasant surprise. We had just to let you know, Green Lion Girl, we had Nanette here, we had Troy here, and we had Al here. I don't know if Al's still here. Give a shout out to us, Al, if you're still here. I think he's probably gone by now. And we also had I believe we had Melissa Harris. You know what? Speaking of Melissa Harris, I forgot to say happy birthday to her. Happy belated birthday. I mean, I already wished her happy birthday already, but I just wanted just for her on this stream. But you know, we got a good cast here today, guys. I mean, this is something, guys. I really appreciate you guys coming here. It's your first time. Works pretty crazy, but nothing violent yet. Thankfully, let's hope it stay that way. Let's and 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 let's pray that it stays that way. I hope things go good smoothly for you for work. I'm hoping the same thing for my work, even though I work on a military base. But I'm just hoping that my neighborhood stays quiet throughout this whole week. And please do not mention the election. That's the number one rule. Even though I mentioned it just now, but my rule is we're not talking about the election in this stream. We're talking about Power Rangers. And don't make it specifically about just Power Rangers, guys. You can talk about billboards, VR Troopers, Mask Rider, Kamen Rider, even. I mean, Neil Star just mentioned Jetman and Kamen Rider. Still talking about both. Yep. I am the Red Ranger. You can call me the Blue Ranger. I'm the Pink Ranger. That was a. I would say that's a lot better than this Spider-Man. You mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. I love that moment in Spider-Man, but Power Rangers did better. Power Rangers did better. Is what I'm saying. They had, speaking of which, they had a ton of hero moments. Actually, Matthew Flynn, they had a ton of hero moments. The scene number one, the baby, them going after the baby. Number two, they were superhuman samurai cyber squad. See, you didn't know I knew about Gridman, huh? I know a little bit about it. I just know that they used the Sentai, or at least the footage for superhuman samurai. Love that show. Let's summarize, guys. Let's kick some digital butt. Pump up the power. And whatever, what's his name would say to activate his stuff. Servo was always my favorite. Duh. But back to Flynn's comment. So yeah, they had a lot of hero moments. Like I said, first one was them going after the baby. Second one was them rescuing some kids that were having fun in the water. And even if the kids were just having fun in the water and they thought they were drowning, still, that was a hero moment for them because come on, you talking about the you talking about the teenage Beverly Hills tattooed teenager something like that. Yeah, and there was also Los Luchadores. Los Luchadores. Yeah, anybody heard about Los Luchadores? The with Lobo Flente and Turbo and what's her name? Vicky something. Now that was an interesting show. That was quite the interesting show. I don't know who thought of that, but I as a kid liked it. I especially with Lobo Fuente and Turbo get on their vehicles. Lobo Fuente had the low runner and Turbo had that motorcycle. Oh my goodness! And what's funny about those was they were in 3D sometimes. The vehicles, I mean. But there was also Los Luchadores. They weren't Power Rangers thing, but they were sort of like wrestling Power Rangers. Um, who also remember? Are we are VR. We are VR troopers. You know, I think last time I checked, I believe Ryan Steele was the voice of Trey of Triforia, the Gold Ranger. Originally, the actor who played Ryan Steele in that show, he was Trey of Triforia in Zeo, the original the voice when he was morphed, I believe. I think he was going to play as him too, but they weren't able. I think he suffered an injury last time I checked, or he was going to be the new Gold Ranger before it went to Show enough. Show enough. He's the voice of Goblin Slayer. Awesome. I'm still getting off track with the Book and Skull hero modes. Hero modes also when they saved Power Rangers from the Machine Empire when they were fighting against a brainwashed Tommy, and they were once they got Tommy back, they couldn't teleport out, but it was through Bulk and Skull and this one guy that the guy who's wearing a chopped up Sala Iguana outfit destroys the generator of the shield that's shielding them from leaving, and that's where they saved them at. Then of course the biggest hero moment was of course towards the end of In Space. My nose keep itching, guys, and that's very distracting. But yeah, we had those characters. Those characters. We had Bulk and Skull had a ton of hero moments. And fun fact, Bulk is in the Neo Saban era shows, particularly Samurai. He was in Samurai, and Skull made an appearance as well in Samurai. For those of you who probably never seen Samurai yet, or haven't gotten around to seeing Samurai, which I highly recommend you don't. It's good in parts, but it's nothing to really write home about. But definitely avoid Megaforce. I watched a few episodes of Megaforce. I was turned off. Let me be right back, guys. I don't mean to jet away. I have to use the bathroom. And I'm back. Hope you guys haven't been fighting while I was away. Agree with you with right there, Green Line Girl. Poor execution on that part, especially with Mentor G. Terrible mentor. Terrible. He's up there. He's up there next to Gosei from Megaforce. Like those two were terrible mentors in Power Rangers history. Like I haven't. If there was ever a mentor I did not like was Mentor G and Gosei. But other than that, anybody, I will tell you who's the best mentor. Dr. K from RPM. She's best mentor. I will say that Dr. K is best mentor. You guys were active in the comments to the point where I almost thought I was never gonna get to the bottom. I think you guys are busy doing stuff right now, but I'm gonna keep going, guys. I know you guys are loving this stream, and I hope you guys are loving my attempts at impressions. But I'm trying to breeze through. You know what thing I loved about Zeo? The way how they morphed. I always imitated how they morph at school, and that's only because of the way how they get their Zeonizers out. And I don't think anybody ever questioned that or even bothered me about it. But I always loved how Zeo's morphing begins. Especially especially when they do their call signs. Silver Ranger 1, pink. Silver Ranger 2, yellow. Silver Ranger 3, blue. Silver Ranger 4, green. Silver Ranger 5, red. I was like, and then you also heard the Zeo theme song in the background. Yeah, here's the thing, Brian. I do not remember the Gold Rangers theme song, but I do remember the Green Rangers one and the White Ranger. Go Green Ranger, go. You're talking about RJ, Matthew. You're talking about RJ. Yeah, he is. He. You know what? If I had to have a top mentor, it would be definitely RJ. RJ is like K is second, but RJ is like the top. He 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 one bad mother. Yeah, RJ from Jungle Free was like the best mentor. It's like man, if he ever ran a pizza dojo near my neck of the woods, you guys got me started. But if he was a dojo runner in my neck of the woods, I immediately go to his I definitely work as pizzeria. Definitely work as pizzeria too, but I also definitely be there to do his to be a student there. Him and his and the Jungle Fury Master, the one that ran the dojo for the Jungle Fury, definitely would be there in a heartbeat. White Ranger Tiger Power, White Ranger Tiger Power. Yeah, but back to the Gold Rangers thing. I do not remember the Gold Rangers theme. Go White Ranger, go White Ranger right now. Ah. Tommy was not my favorite. Between Jason and Tommy, Jason will always be my favorite lead ranger, not necessarily Red Ranger, lead ranger. But when Tommy's theme song came in, me and my brother was always in it. We was all for it, and him and my cousin will always fight who gets to be Tommy. But I will always stay true to being Jason or any Red Ranger at the time, especially TJ. Even if there's nothing to write home about much about TJ, other than he was a very brave, and remember I do remember what I said about him being a leader in the leadership stream. He was willing to go all in with the sacrifices and stuff that he was doing at the end of Turbo. Speaking of White Ranger, so I did mention that there was something interesting that they pulled from I believe Brian mentioned them Die Ranger that went into Turbo. So White Ranger's counterpart was a kid, and when he transformed, he would grow adult size, and they used that concept for Justin in Turbo. Fancy that one. Now, here's the thing about here's one thing I say when I saw Die Ranger's outfits. Kind of wish they would use that for the metallic armor. As a matter of fact, I wish they would have brought the suits over so they can use them for the thunder powers. Because that was always weird for me that they got new Zords, but they never got new suits that came with the thunder powers. See, you can give me the lyrics, but I don't remember how it goes. Yeah, that was help. That was hit. You know what? That should have been. Tommy should have corrected him. Hey, it was me. Let me see. Quick as lightning, strong as steel. Watch out, danger. He's for real. You know when lightning strikes, it's Gold Ranger. See, I don't know how that goes. I'll have to do a playback. I don't know if you guys can hear my phone. Oh no, actually my speaker's on. Let me see if I can find that. Instead of singing it, might as well just play the music for you guys, right? I mean, it's the least I can do. Sorry, I'm looking at the Gold Ranger theme. You got me curious, Brian. But the way how I read that, it reminds me of the Juan Rastaman version of Mystic Force, which if y'all want me to sing it, I'll do that for you guys. See, here's the thing about YouTube. You look for it, but the question is going to give you the right song. He is, and there was also an Orange Ranger in Jungle Fury, by the way, Matthew Flynn. So not only was Jungle Fury the first Purple Ranger, there was also a first Orange Ranger. Well, actually, here's the thing. I say that, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. SPD had an Orange Ranger, but she was called the Cat Ranger. Let's get that. Let's get the disparity out the way there, or at least the discrepancy. Cat was a colored orange in her suit, but that does not make her the Orange Ranger. When I'm talking about first, I'm talking about official, and she technically wasn't really a ranger per se, but she was the Cat Ranger. Now, the Orange Ranger in Jungle Fury was the Rhino Ranger, which was, I believe, his name was not Garrett. Was it Garrett or Trent? No, Trent was the White Ranger in Dino Thunder. I like Trent in Dino Thunder, but yeah, I can't remember right now what his name. Their names are be at the back of my head right now. Sorry, I'm listening to the music real quick. I'm feeling it. I just don't remember that playing whenever time he showed up. I'm, I'm like I'm really feeling it. You know, I'm feeling it, but I'm like, wait, that played during his fights? I don't remember that. Oh, you know I'm gonna be there. Oh. Wednesday's my off day. I'm gonna be there. Oh, we're sure. I'm gonna be there. At least now you know what my voice is whenever time I type in my comments now. Now you know what my voice sounds like. Ryan. Yeah, Ryan. That was it. He was a cool character too. Ryan. There was a lot of interest. Here's the thing. One thing I got to take a moment to address Jungle Fury. Jungle Fury's cast was very unorthodox. Very unorthodox in that regard. The way how I'm saying when it came to writing them, you had the Red Ranger that was very that was very hard on himself, but also determined and very unsure of himself. He was also a novice, but he had to learn as he go, still while still being a leader as well. Then you had the Sixth Ranger, which is the Rhino Ranger, and he was like this prankster type character, but also kind of like a very spirited person, very spirited. I say what I mean by spirited, mean he had this very air about him where you didn't really like the stuff that he would do. You would have hit if somebody else was doing that. You know what I'm saying? You would have had somebody else but since it was him, you'd be like, oh, you know what? I can't stay mad at you. Like he was a prankster, yeah. That's what I mean by spirit. Like everybody connected really well with him. They were like they worked really good. They sometimes had issues with him, but over time they got to know him and stuff. Like that's what I mean by unorthodox. Like there were conflicts there, but they were in a way they were human. Is what I'm saying. They were a bit more grounded and down to earth human. They were work. In other words, they were work friends. Something about Jungle Fury felt familiar in that regard. That's what I'm saying. Especially with well, you know what? I think the reason why I liked Ryan a lot because Ryan is kind of like me in a way, or at least he's somewhat like me. Like if you ever saw Ryan, if any of you guys ever checked out Jungle Fury and you saw Ryan, that's kind of like how I am. If you meet me if you have to meet me in real life, I'm kind of like a jokester. Sometimes I tend to give people, I tend to give people crap, but that's only me just like pulling their legs a bit. I'm, I'm not like that guy who's like an a hole just to be an a hole. I'm more of a how best to say it so I don't want to sound like I'm trying to. Uh, that's basically me. If you saw Ryan and Jungle Fever, that's basically me. It's like you can't really get mad at me, but like it's like come on, dude, straighten up a little bit. Like it's that was fun, but try to do that again, you know, and like we be cool about it. And some of you guys are dropping off, and it's only the 2 hour mark. Usually, I drop off at least around the 4 hour mark, or is that StreamYard lying to me again? And there's a lot of people here. There's a lot of people here, and yet, you know. Anyways, um, I said a little bit about Zeo. One thing I did like about Zeo was that Megazord that had a lot. That was big. You had the second Zeo Zord that was like the Shogun Zord from the third season when they had the Shogun Zords, and they jumped in the air. They flew up in the air and they transformed and converted into the pieces. I love the way how it transformed because the way how it would land and like each piece was just like boom, 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 like they just stacked on top of each other. I love that transformation for that Megazord. And I think it was. You guys can tell me in the chat which Zeo Zord that was. It's not the Zeo Megazord, but there was another one. And anybody remember the Zeo Warrior Wheel? Remember that one? Here come the Power Rangers, Jungle Fury. Here come the Power Rangers, Jungle. I don't remember the lyrics per se, but I love the theme song, the chorus. The the Super Zeo Megazord. Yep. Love the design. That and Pyramid, bruh, Pyramidas. Remember Pyramidas, bruh. Who? This one thing I gotta give Gold Ranger that he had a pyramid. He had a pyramid for a Zord, and he ain't even an Egyptian. Not kidding, but yeah. I was still happy that Jason was back though. when he became the Gold Ranger, so that Trey can revitalize himself. I think what you're talking about is the Red Dragon battle mode. Is that what you're talking about? The Red Dragon battle mode or the Warrior mode for the Red Dragon Zord, the Thunder Zord? I mean, you can correct me in the comments. Um, do I still want to elaborate more on Zeo? I think I can elaborate a little bit more on Zeo. Hopefully. Uh, but yeah, I always love the Warrior. I wish it was the one Zord I wish I had as a toy, but I know that I would have got bored with it. I know I would have got bored with it because it didn't really have much articulation. Oh, okay. I don't remember that one. I think I do. I think I do, but I don't remember that one. You gotta give me a description of its design. Maybe it'll jot my memory. Maybe. I'll tell you my since we're still talking about side characters a bit. I'll tell you about my favorite autonomous characters. You know, the ninjas, the centurions. You had your also your Robo Knight from Megaforce. Oh boy, I do not like that show. Just thinking about that show just makes me ache inside. And only, and I think the only reason why that show gives me such Case Scott's back had to actually work. Is that you make it sound like it's a bad thing? Oh, that one. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember that one. That's the one where even the Gatling arms would detach it and connect with the. I remember that one. I think it was black and gold. Oh no. It is red. Yep. Let me look. Sorry, let me look that up real quick. I'm asking you to give description. Yeah, I'm asking you guys to give descriptions, and yet here I am online when I can look on the internet. Why am I asking so much from you guys when I could do it myself? I'm sorry. I don't mean to do that do that to you guys. Got the internet. When in doubt, Google. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to make you do that. I should look that up. I'm right here, and my internet's working properly. Yeah, I do remember this one. This the red and gold with the star in the middle. Zeal. I will say this: as much as I love Zeal, Zeal has some weird, and that's some very weird arsenal. Because you had this one, the Warrior Wheel. You even had that one tire that Tommy had rolled in at one point. But let's get back into the autonomous characters. I was gonna correct you, but now I think about you talking about the one before Mike became the Magnet Defender, not Mike himself. Because if you're talking about Mike becoming the Magnet Defender, I count him as a Ranger. But no, you're talking about the original Magnet Defender. So yeah, you're right. I did like the Magnet Defender. He was like this Christian Bale Batman type character. with a bit of a Clint Eastwood edge to him. That's how bad he was. He didn't give a crap basically when he did his job. Like if you die, you die. He was basically the Punisher in that regard. He was basically the Punisher. But I was like Ninja when he's flying on that Nimbus cloud and he transforms to his battle mode when he gets bigger, he gets taller. I was like Ninja. But there's also I did mention Blue Centurion. I always look Blue Centurion always cracked me up because you always heard his little microphone. Oh yes, well, Zanaku was definitely, but I don't. What I mean by autonomous, I mean Ranger like characters that are machines mostly, like android-ish in nature. I'm talking about that's what I mean by autonomous characters. Like there's no they're not living breathing. They're machine like Ninjor. I'm pretty sure Ninjor is a fighting spirit, but the way how he's designed, he looks like a robot, right? And Blue Centurion, he's also a robot. And I was like I said, I was hesitant to mention Magnet the Defender, but that's mostly because we see him in his armor. We don't know if he's living, breathing or not. And again, like I also hesitate to bring in Zanaku as well because Zanaku bleeds. Zanaku can bleed, so I don't count him as autonomous to say the least. That's why I'm like in the, when I categorize things, like when I mention autonomous, that means that they have wires and possibly oil. That's why I also don't count Phantom Ranger because, well, duh, he's a Power Ranger technically, but he's not. But that doesn't make him autonomous. He's not a robot, you know. We never got we never get to see the Phantom Ranger's face at all in this series, not once, and that's only because they didn't know what to do with him other than be the tuxedo mask to Cassie's Serena. The tuxedo mask of Cassie Sailor Moon, basically. I didn't even mention the villains all that much, other than I didn't really care for the Machine Empire. They were cool. King Gasket, Machina, uh, what's his name? Sprocket, I believe. The Prince. I mean Prince Sprocket. I think his name was. I didn't really care much about the Machine Empire. They they were cool, but they weren't really that impactful. At least until the Big Brother showed up. That's when things shook up for me, especially when they kidnapped Tommy and made him quote unquote emperor of the Machine Empire. That's on time. Her, him and Archerina, both of them were kind of like that's where my attention was. Yeah, that's when they had my attention. Don't say that. He can fight. It's just the show didn't let him fight. There was a, do you not remember that one scene where he fought Genite for a brief moment? That one episode in the original Sailor Moon anime, he he did he did actively like got into a fight with him, and I think that's like the and just because he's like standing around doesn't mean he don't fight. He throws roses that are so razor sharp that they can break just about anything, even an icicle. Come on, man, he can fight. He just didn't. He just let the girls do the fight because if he had to do their fights for them all the time, then what's the point? I mean, that's not to say that they don't that they shouldn't participate. Like again, what's the point? It's like it's really about it's mostly about the sailors sailor scouts than tuxedo mask. Jupiter's wife, but Mercury Mercury will be first girl. Jupiter will be wife. Um, Mars will be fling. Venus will be fling. Sailor Moon will be second wife. And I can't count Uranus and Neptune because reasons. So yeah, Jupiter would be first wife, and Sailor Moon would probably be second wife. I like royalty too. It's not to say I'll marry for money, but I like royalty too. There's a charm to Sailor Moon. Like even if she is clumsy and kind of like bubbly and goofy and slow witted, there's still a charm to her that you kind of like. Whereas Jupiter would be just the one wife that a man should marry. The one woman a man should marry. She can handle herself in a fight too, but she can also she knows how to take care of a man, and she knows her role as a woman. And that's not to say a woman should be in a specific role. I'm saying a woman knows her place as her as femininity dictates, not as men dictates. You know, she knows what her role is. I need a little more context there. A little more context, Casey Scott. Just a little more. Yeah, I'll tell you a kind of bit from Blue Centurion. There was one scene where this is when he got reprogrammed by Divatox. But like there was a scene where he where he comes up to his car out of nowhere and gives it a parking ticket because it was it was parked it's parking the space between the curve and the car itself was off. You know the rule the law in driving. And that's what had me cracking up because he's a he's an intergalactic police officer fulfilling police duties on Earth. I'm like, should he be with the command center? But like that was like that's one thing that was a kind of charm that I liked about Blue Centurion. Is like he was a police officer through and through. Take a little swig real quick. The evil pieces were no match for a simple stoplight. Yeah, have fun throwing me a quote here and there, guys. And please put the name. Don't throw a quote in there expecting me to know who is it from. If you guys want me to do impressions, keep if you want to keep the impressions coming in, throw me a quote here and there, and please put the name next to it, please. We could talk about Turbo. Y'all want me to talk about Turbo now? Because I danced around Zeo, and I know I danced around season 3 of Power Rangers. I'll talk about Turbo a little bit since you got me going with the Blue Centurion. So, before we even go there, let me talk about the '95 movie that came out. We all, I guess we all in agreement that we all loved the '95 movie where they introduced the ninja Zords and the ninja powers, and of course Ivan Ooze. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ooze is back. Ha! Power Rangers. So Zordon still sends children to do his dirty work. Ivan Ooze was a charm. I really wish he was the enemy, the main villain in Turbo. Not nothing against Divatox though. Let's throw that out there right now. Nothing against Divatox for obvious reasons. My goodness, bet what's her name again? Anybody who know the actress name, throw that in there. But yeah, she had some very grand assets. Oh my goodness, preteen me. Preteen me knows far too many things that he should not be noticing too much. All right. It's funny because I know if I had structured this stream a bit more, I'd be saying the years that these shows came out, and I've foregone that notion. Hillary Shepard turned. Yep, yep. Hillary Shepard. That was a now that's a woman. That's a woman I would marry in a heartbeat, but she's not my wife currently. So I'm completely happy with the wife I have right now. But yeah, please throw them in there, guys. If you guys know any Ivan Ooze quotes, because I'm gonna say some Ivan Ooze quotes here and there too. But y'all help me out in the comments if y'all like. If y'all want to hear, if y'all don't want me to go silent for a while, looking for quotes, because I definitely want to say some Ivan Ooze quotes. Speaking of the movie, let's talk about Dulcia. I wish she was a recurring character in the show, Dulcia, but of course they had to throw in a cheap way of keeping her out of the show. Yeah, that was stupid. Like she's like they. It's like here's the thing about that whole agent thing that she mentioned in that movie. There's no reason for her to stay on that planet. They got the new power. I think that's the one thing I didn't like about that movie was the fact that she. Oh no. If she went with them to get the new power, she would age. Now I remember it. But now they got the power. There's no reason for her to be there to stick around. Last time I checked. Hello, Nuss. Man, bruh, I I hate to say this, but there are times I would like to see the casting I don't want to say it like this, but I want to see what the casting rooms look like for Power Rangers back then because these dudes were man where do they find these women, man? I swear that's just, I often wonder that like where do they find these women? Let me sorry I'm I gotta look up Dossier real quick because something caught to my mind real quick, and I was wondering if she was no she could not be no I was thinking I thought she was played by Dina Meyer from Starship Troopers, but I don't think she is. She's not. She wasn't. But she does. Man, she does look. She has a striking resemblance to She has a striking resemblance to Dina Meyer, but that's not her. Surprised there's no cosplays of Dulcia. I am surprised that there's. If anything, you know what, guys? I'll even give you guys this. I will give you guys this. If I wanted to make a live action Thundercats, the actress who played Dulcia would definitely be a Chitara. I would cast her in a heartbeat as Chitara. Definitely. I mean, if you look at photos of her, she looks like she looks like a dead ringer for a casting choice for Chitara. That's all I'm saying, man. And Matthew Flynn got one for me. I'm gonna try this one. All the things that I have missed: the Black Plague, the Spanish Inquisition, the Brady Bunch reunion. That's the best I can get there. I could do better. I could do better. Try this one. Well, pack your bags because we're sending you back right. Yeah. Let me try that again. Mm, Let me try that one more time. Well, pack your bags because we're sending you back right where you came from. Gee, a teenager with a big mouth. That's much change in 6,000 years. You obviously don't know who you're dealing with, Mr. Raisinhead. Really? Yeah, with the Power Rangers. Ooh, where's my autograph book? Ha! Power Rangers, huh? So Zordon's still using a bunch of kids to do his dirty work. Well, meet my kids. Oh, I like this one. I like this one a lot. You haven't changed, Ooze. You're still picking on creatures smaller than yourself. Oh, plus sucking at Z. 10 minutes out of the egg, and I'm already listening to one of your lectures. You locked me. You locked me. Yeah, you locked me up into your stuffy little hyperlock chamber and tossed me away into the depths like yesterday's trash. Do you have any idea what it's like being locked up in a rotten egg for 6,000 years? It's boring. Not to mention I had a Charlie horse since the Renaissance. You won't get away with this, Ooze. You robbed me of my prime. I was the supreme ruler of the most foul empire of the universe. Now it's time to pay the piper. I did a little whistle. Thundercats are on the move. Thundercats on the loose. Feel the magic, hear the roar. Thundercats on the loose. Am I making it worse now? Thunder, thunder, thunder. You know what? Show of hands. Show of hands. If any of you guys want me to do Mumra next. Show of hands. And Lionel. But which one you want me to do first? Either Mumra or Lionel. You tell me in the comments. Taking over the world is one thing. Finding good help to run it for you, that's the killer. Would you like would you like me to make a few calls? No need. I'm going to recruit the parents of Angel Grove. No offense, boss, but they might find you a little disgusting. Well, I suppose you'll be the experts on that. You'll forget. I'm the master of disguise. How could I forget? I never knew. Plus, I'll turn them into zombies, and then order them to dig up my ectomorphicons. How you gonna do that? By showing the wonders of the wicked with a little bit of Ivan Zeus. Okay, my voice is kind of betraying me. Again, I wish that Ivan Ooze was the was the main villain in Turbo because he was quite the charmer. He's a lot more threatening, in my opinion, other than Divatox, because all Divatox did was just whine, 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 and she was she could have worked though if they written her more competently. And the only claim to fame that she had was the fact that she destroyed the Power Rangers power chamber. Sorry, power command center. But other than that, um, I really don't have much anything against Divatox that much, other than she was not that impactful of a villain at all to me, especially growing up. And I believe I was in my preteens going on junior high, I believe. No, I was in fifth grade. Yeah, I was in fifth grade at the time when Turbo was still going. And then I think I was going into middle school at that time. But she didn't, she, I mean, the only thing she was that she was cute. And she had a huge rivalry between herself and Rita. And and here's the thing: I watched the movie, a Turbo, a Power Rangers movie, and I was like really like excited to see Rita and Zed on the screen, on the big screen again. Granted, I never saw those two movies in the theater. I wish I did though. But um, I know one thing about the movies: everybody I knew had a copy of Power Rangers the movie in their home. Every single every person I knew had a copy of Power Rangers, the movie. I mean, but Divatox was not really that much of a. Now, when her brother came in, he was alright. His Robosaur was pretty good too. That thing that thing was kind of threatening, if you ask me. At least until Cassie stuck a syringe in his thigh. That was fun when they got the I think they were called the Rescue Zords, because they had the Turbo Zords and then they had the Rescue Zords. Yep, they're not. Yeah, they were called Rescue Zords. I remember now. Had strange ways of how they sorry, Metalosaurus. Thank you. See, that's a true fan right there, guys. That's a true fan right there. A lot of you guys are true fans, but man, Brian, you're helping me. A lot of you guys are helping me out with these names. Thank you. But I don't think I have anything much to say about Turbo other than um I did like the new cast afterwards. Like again, I had a big crush on Ashley, and that changed when Estrama showed up. When we get to in space, set controls to outer space, now flying higher than ever before. Rangers in space. So you so here's the thing about Power Rangers in space, though. I will say one thing finally about Turbo was the fact that seeing the Command Center get destroyed in that manner. Now, granted, we've seen the Command Center get destroyed multiple times in Power Rangers history. Well, two times. Yeah, two times. But like the reason why I say that's the more impactful one is because the enemy literally got into the Command Center and just wrecked everything. I'm not talking about like just like two monsters going in and planting bombs inside. You know, I'm talking about a whole military force raided that whole Command Center and just destroyed it. And seeing the powers lose their powers and their clothes are all tired up, and they leave Justin behind for one, and that's only because he had to stay. He had to stay. He had to stay because of his dad. His dad finally got a job, and his dad was moving from Angel Grove. I didn't even talk about Justin yet. That's funny. What little do I remember of Justin other than the episodes I didn't like him in, especially when he got bitten by an ant and he had to for some reason getting bitten by an ant grants you super strength, or at least the strength of an ant. So you're trying to tell me that if either Kimberly or maybe even Cassie or TJ or even Ashley, if they got bit by an insect or say a dog or something, they inherit the abilities or the strengths from those animals. That was a dumb episode. That was a really dumb. I gotta admit that was a dumb episode because the interest that was a concept that should have been explored. The fact that if any one of the rangers got bit by say an insect or an animal, they could have yeah, I agree, Brian. That was straight up superhero stuff right there. Specifically, yeah, Spider-Man. I'm like, no, like at no point did like I'm pretty sure that Angel Girl has a hot season, and at no point did they ever think about the monsters that bit them when they were in Ranger form. Like say the mosquito. What's the mosquito monster? No, it's the flea. It's the flea from season 3, I believe. And nobody inherited any powers from them. That's how you knew they were trying to keep that. Here's the thing. Again, to piggyback off of Linkar, because here's the thing about the Sentai that they adapted from. Car Ranger was a parody on Super Sentai, and it came at the time where Super Sentai was getting stagnant, very stagnant, and that's the show that reinvigorated Super Sentai shows. Whereas Power Rangers Turbo almost killed the franchise, and I never knew that the Power Rangers ratings were in decline, which was interesting because nobody ever stopped talking about Power Rangers. Not even my mom, because she would give us toys all the time, or at least we would have the McDonald's toys to be more precise. Like I had a McDonald's Beetle Bonder from Beetleborgs Metallics. It's like they like to hear Lee mention that there was a Power Ranger rating decline. It's like, now how is that possible? Because again, growing up, we all talked about Power Rangers all the time. So how could there be ratings in decline? I'm pretty sure we were always watching, always. Do I even want to mention the Oh, I take that back. You know who's my most hated mentor? Actually, what's her name? The one with the veil that replaced Zordon mid turbo. I couldn't stand her either because she always answer you back with questions, and you have to answer them yourself. I hate it. Like if they're Mentor G is second to her, because at least with Mentor G, he had room to learn. No. Actually, Mentor G's third. Gose is second. But with her, she's at the top because she was annoying, and I was always her and Alpha Six. Yo. I'm so glad his voice. I was, you know what? I was okay as a kid with his voice, but I was also glad that they changed his voice in space. Demetria, yeah, Demetria. I could not stand her. Could not like of all the mentors that I could not stand. She was at the top. Mentor G was third, and Gose is second. Because for if I have enough time, if any of you guys have time with me, I'll probably get into later. If I ever get there, I'm gonna try to speed it up a bit. I know I'm covering. I know when you guys mentioned when I take a break off your comments, I do mention other shows. So technically I'm talking about them, right? Technically. So I'm pretty sure some shows are not getting missed. But I always loved In Space, especially Andros as the leader. Andros was cool. Yeah. You're talking about the Green Samurai Ranger. Technically not Ninja Storm. He's Ninja Storm, but he's called the Samurai Ranger. Cam is his name. Cam. I like Cam. Cam was cool. But I was like, for some reason, I always liked Blake and Hunter, the Thunder, the Ninja, yeah, the Ninja Thunder Rangers. I was like them more than the other Rangers. Dustin was cool, but I was like Blake and Hunter, and they were. It really shows Power Rangers history, how certain saga um lasts through the test of time. The Green with Evil saga gets repeated in almost every season, almost, because you had. I wouldn't classify Quantum Ranger as a Green with Evil type saga, more of a rivalry arc, like a Sasuke. Yeah, he was what's his name? Eric. Eric was the Sasuke of Time Force. To Wes's Naruto, minus the clumsiness and the brain deadness. So yeah, if you ever want to see some anime influence, which is not really an anime influence, it's mostly a rivalry story technique. But you can see some you can almost see a lot of anime in shows that wasn't even drawn from anime at all. So I always, whenever time I look back at Time Force, when I get to Eric, he was basically the Sasuke of the Time Force Rangers, most specifically to Wes. And even then, like Wes is more of the gifted one, whereas Eric was the Rock Lee. But I'm speaking in terms of rivalry. It was Sasuke to Wes's Naruto, whereas when it came down to application, Neji, no, Rock Lee to Wes's Neji, so to speak, not literally. That's another show that shocked me because like after Lost Galaxy, it was shocking to see another Ranger get outright murdered on screen. Even though the timeline overruled that event. Yeah, when Jin's fiance gets murdered by Rancic, that was shocking to me. I was shocked. I was like, "What? He he killed the Red Ranger." My goodness. They also, speaking of Green with Evil, anybody remember Lightspeed Rescue? Which I used to have in the beginning of it, Lightspeed Rescue. I know I'm bypassing Lost Galaxy and in space. I'm gonna come back to them a bit, but I gotta share this about Lightspeed Rescue. I kind of didn't like Lightspeed Rescue in the beginning because I didn't like the idea that we came from space and gone back to Earth. Not only that, we came back from which was a cool unique thing about Lost Galaxy was the Zords were living, breathing giant kaiju before they become machines. We came from magical beasts as Zords and sabers and stuff like that to straight up Power Rangers that were built and not magical, or at least super space spacey technology type Power Rangers. That's what kind of threw me off with Lightspeed Rescue, but then over time it grew on me as I continued on with it, especially when the Titanium Ranger showed up. Um, I like the whole fact. Well, trying to get my thoughts straight. That's why I actually sped through Turbo, because there was nothing really to talk about in Turbo, because Turbo took the worst parts of Turbo took the good parts from Car Ranger and made them bad. That's what I'm saying. Because I saw at least like the first episode of Car Ranger, and I was like, bruh, Turbo should have been this. Turbo should have been Car Ranger. Like the way how Car Ranger's story was set up, that's what it should have been. And I only watched one episode, and I was like, dang, this is way better than Turbo. Then again, we can all agree that the Sentai is way better, of course, but still, like it should not be where I'm actually favoring something way more than the other, you know. But one thing I liked about In Space was the fact that there was uh you could almost say it was like Dragon Ball esque when it came to adventures and stuff. The whole rescue Zordon and and monsters that are potentially good guys but are forced to fight. Like that B I think that B monster that didn't want to fight, he was actually a good guy. Or like there was a monster that actually had a yeah, you should check out Car Ranger, Brian. Definitely check out Car Ranger. It's actually pretty interesting. Especially when I especially when I first watched the first episode. I don't know if it's still on YouTube though, because I tried to look for Zoo Ranger, and obviously you're probably not gonna get much. Pretty sure you're gonna find some other way to watch that series. But yeah, there was even a monster that actually had a smaller monster that was basically a servant, quote unquote. So there's monsters that also enslaved monsters. So it introduced interesting concepts instead of your standard create a monster and do something with it. There was also monsters. There's even then, like there were monsters that weren't even created; they were just recruited into Dark Spectre's army. And then also there was the penultimate episode, Countdown to Doom, I believe it was called, where you had that large scale war in the galaxy, where you see each Power Rangers ally fighting their own fight against the forces of evil. The no, not the forces of evil. They're called they were called together. All the enemies that they faced in Power Rangers seasons were called the something of evil. It was a very unoriginal name, but it sounded cool though. It sounds cool. It's not the Empire of Evil. I think it's called the Imperium of Evil. Imperium of Evil, I believe. Somebody will help me in the comments. I know, but yeah, that was like the biggest large scale battle that we seen at that point in Power Rangers history. You had the Blue Centurion along with the Gold Ranger, I believe, fighting on one planet, and I believe the no, it was Blue Centurion. I think the Gold Ranger was fighting alone on one planet, and I believe Blue Centurion and someone else was fighting on another planet. I think it was the Phantom Ranger that was fighting alongside him. Countdown to Destruction. The United Alliance of Evil. Thank you, Ryan. I'm gonna have to make you a wingman from now on. You're probably going to have to. You're probably going to have to get a mic in. You're. I'm gonna make you the. You two. You guys are awesome. You guys are very awesome. No, at some point you guys are going to be part of the UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. Yeah, they were. You're right. They were. They definitely were fighting Divatox and her Piranhatrons. You know the, you know what's funny about that? Now that you mentioned Divatox, the Zordon wave. The, who cried when Zordon died? When Andros had to shatter his uh his time tube? Who cried when that happened? Nobody. No, I can't. I'm pretty sure y'all did. I'm pretty sure I shed. I think I remember shedding a tear when he died at the end of in space. But man, oh man, I may not have liked Diva Talks, but when the wave hit her, oh my goodness, my goodness. Whew. Fun fact. Here's another fun fact about Diva Talks before I move on. She was played by two actresses. Um, I think Hilary Shepard was the second actress that played her. Let me look that up. But she was played by two actresses. One had to leave because of maternity leave, and the other one had to fill in during the show. I mean, and there was supposed to be a revelation that there was supposed to be a revelation where Demetria and Divatox were supposed to be sisters, long lost sisters. Carol Hoyt. She was played by Divatox. Both Carol Hoyt and then Hilary Shepard. I think Carol Holt was the one that had to do maternity leave. And I doubt you guys ever noticed the switch because it's not really that hard to do a Diva Talks voice. I guess apparently because I'll have to look at them back to back one of these days. I'll probably have to one day look at them back to back and quick question: Who you think who did you guys prefer? Either Carol Hoyt or Hilary Shepard as Diva Talks? You tell me in the comments. You guys tell me in the comments. Kind of hard to tell with the mask on and the outfit, right? I mean, when you look at them side by side, Hilary Shepard has very pronounced cheeks, but so do Carol Hoyt. So Hilary Shepard's more angular, whereas Carol's is more rounder. Keep I'm switching back and forth to see if you guys are chatting. I think StreamYard's slowing down on my end. Probably have to close a few tabs to speed it up a bit. Nobody wants me to do a Mumra voice then, I guess. I'll still wait, guys. I'll still wait if you guys want to hear me do my Mumra voice. But let's get into the Disney era shows, shall we? Especially after the Zordon era. I did mention that the mobile infantry outfits were used for Lost Galaxy and our Starship Troopers rewatch. And Diva Talks. Astroma's outfit was a priest's outfit from the '90s Spawn movie. This really shows how resourceful Hollywood was way back when. I kind of wish they would go back to that when you think about it. I forgot that they made her into a in addition to the comic. Yep, she was beautiful too. She is beautiful. She probably still is. Who knows? Anyways, that's not what the stream is for. They could be. I mean, I could be getting that information wrong though. So don't quote me on the Carol Holt being the one that had to leave on maternity leave. I could be wrong. So don't quote me on that. It could have been Hillary Shepard. Maybe. I don't know. But so we're gonna get into the Disney era. So here's my top favorite Disney era Power Rangers seasons. From the top would be Time Force. Actually, no. Let me rephrase. Let me back that up. RPM is the top. Time Force is second. Is Lightspeed Rescue part of Disney era? I still count that one as Zordon era. I kind of still count that as Zordon era. Wild Force is third. SPD is fourth. And I didn't care for Mystic Force that much. And I loathe Operation Overdrive, but Dino Thunder's fifth. Or it could be fourth. They did. And somebody did mention Psycho Rangers. Psycho Rangers was a good concept. Those were the technical true evil Rangers because most Rangers in later years either were brainwashed or in the case of SPD there were Ranger teams that chose to side with the bad guys, Alpha Team specifically. Yeah, Alpha Squad or A Squad as they're called, A Squad. Those were the ones that chose to be. I'm talking about when we're talking about the Psycho Rangers. Those were made to be evil. They were born evil. They were evil. I'm talking when it came down to 18. I'm pretty sure they were good guys until they got corrupted. They weren't brainwashed. They weren't you know brainwashed or conditioned. They chose to be evil. They were basically. One thing I gotta say about SPD. I, I, I did that intentionally. I was like, I know Matthew Flynn's gonna say it because I know because he was the one who did say it. I, I was playing coy, feigning ignorance. Oh, but no, I'm just pulling your leg, Matthew Flynn. I'm just pulling your leg. Don't hate me. Nah, yeah, yeah. You know what? Let's go into the section of talking about evil rangers, shall we? So yeah, Psycho Rangers were born evil, but I like to put A Team as like. Has any of you guys ever watched Dread? You can also say that too. They were paid to be evil, or at least, like I said, they were corrupted. They were corrupted. Gorm may have paid them, and they hey, you may say that he's been doing it for quite some time, and they have they got used to it. They like the pay, you know. They're liking the pay. You could say that. So, so I bring up Dread because A Team remind me of the evil judges in Dread. If you guys ever seen Dread, the Carl Urban Judge Dredd movie, they remind me of those guys. Yeah, they remind, and this came out way before Dredd came out. This was like in 2000. I think. Let me, let me look that up real quick. When did SPD come out? Because this is way before even 2009 hit. SPD emergency. Power Rangers, SPD, Power Rangers to the rescue. Power Rangers, SPD, Power Rangers to the rescue. Man, I love that opening song. Every time that song pop up again, goosebumps. Every single time. Pretty sure I'm pretty sure you guys know what SPD means, right? So when did it air? When did it release? 2005. It was on ABC Family at the time, which was rebranded to mm, yeah, it was ABC Family at the time. They rebranded ABC Family too around that too, but I don't know what they rebranded it to though. I do remember them moving to JetX, which was originally Toon Disney. Anybody remember Toon Disney? And what killed me about SPD was that was like the Mega City One. It's called Mega City One, or no, not Mega City One, but 2000 AD. That's the comic book line called 2000 AD. Also rebranded to Mega City One in later years, but the real title is 2000 AD for Dread. Just letting you guys know. Um, where I was going. SPD was weird for me because that was the one show that I know that had the highest Ranger count. Like as far as Ranger groups in history, that was the one that had the highest Ranger count until it got I guess it got dethroned by say no Megaforce don't count. Actually, yeah, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I don't count Jungle Fury either. I don't count the master Rangers and stuff like that. They don't count. I don't count the masters in Jungle Fury. No, to date, I was still maintaining SPD had the highest Ranger count, like official Ranger count. I mean, like Ranger by Ranger, I mean screen time, active duty, not Jungle Fury, because none of those characters that jumped in at the end of Jungle Fury, they didn't really let's just say that they really didn't do much. Like for them to be official, like a high Ranger count, the Rangers had to be very very active, and they weren't really all that active until at the end of the show in Jungle Fury. I mean, but yeah, that's the one I say for SPD had the highest Ranger count, high Ranger count. How many was it again? I'm gonna count real quick, guys. B squad. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. To me, that's the highest. Not 9 Rangers. That's the highest. That's the highest Ranger count I've ever seen. I think they were. Last time I checked, I thought they were going. I think I could have sworn they were. Yeah, they were 12. I mean, if you count, I guess if you count A squad, yeah, yeah. You know what? Let's count A squad as well. That's the highest. That's the highest Ranger count I've ever known. Even if they were evil Rangers, they're still part of SPD. That's the hot. Like, dude, that was like even one of the Rangers still used the Time Force outfits. That was an interesting concept too. That active Rangers could still be active even with SPD being active. Specifically Time Force, or was it lost, or was one of them where was one of was SPD's Blue Father using the Lost Galaxy Morpher, or was he using Time Force Morpher? I forgot. I'm too lazy to look it up right now. Kidding. I just don't feel like you looking it up. But yeah, that's one thing. That's one that wowed me about SPD was the fact that they had the highest Ranger count. I don't. I wouldn't even bring in Mystic Force because most of those characters weren't really. Most of the characters that later joined the Mystic Force Rangers, I didn't count them as Rangers per se. Like Genji and that Genie Ranger. Y'all tell me who he was. I forgot. And Bowen's his real name is Bowen. I don't know his other name, but his father, I don't count him as a Ranger either. Not really so because again, not as active as they have to be active, very active. Not even the White Ranger of Mystic Force wasn't all that active. Every time she tried to get active, they tried to they always kept depowering her or getting her out of the way. They kept trying to put her in the mentor role, probably because they had limited Sentai footage to use with her. That's probably why. I think they were working around the you. I could be wrong, but you'll probably have to ask Ishii on his stream about that. If I'm not, I wouldn't say it did rebrand. I'll say I'm using the phrase rebrand in wrong context. What I mean to say is in later in some issues it was titled Mega City One. I don't think it was rebranded. Oh, how is it in the UK by the way? You tell me how is it in the UK as of now? I mean, because I know y'all going through some stuff over there. All the years I've hear from people from the UK, especially when her mama me got up on stage in Parliament. I believe it was Parliament. Was it Parliament where she did that little whiny speech in front of them? Sounded like she was crying. So I couldn't even. That's why I can't take her seriously now. That's why I call her mama me. Anyways, um, Ninja Storm. I could talk about Ninja Storm. One thing that impressed me about Ninja Storm was that it started off with 3 Rangers. That's when we got a little bit of the 3 Ranger trend for a while. Like SPD brought the 5 Ranger thing back, and then Jungle Fury kind of brought that in. But I would say I know I'm all over the place. I think I did. I did mention I was going to be all over the place with this, but yeah, one thing I liked about Ninja Storm was the fact that it had three Rangers, and it built off of that over time. But I was a little worried that it was going to stay with three Rangers, but I was also okay with it because it reminded me of VR Troopers, because VR Troopers had three troopers. That could be another stream in itself. Talking about the other shows that came off the heels of Power Rangers, like Mask Rider, Big Bad Beetleborgs, and VR Troopers. Later, Kamen Rider. During the Disney era, we did have a few Kamen Rider shows, and it had Frank DeCascos in one of the lead roles in one of the Kamen Rider shows. I forgot what it was though. Dude, stay safe. Stock up. That's messed up. That's messed up. It's kind of funny how America is doing a little bit better, but hearing about other countries having it worse than America, that that puts a hole in my heart. A deep hole that's filled with grief right now. I grieve for you guys, especially Australia. Australia is taking big hits for stupid things and stupid reasons. Especially China. China. After what I'm hearing about China, yeah, Kamen Rider Dragon Knight. That's what it's called. Yeah, I saw that for like a brief episode, and I wasn't really all that impressed with it, so I skipped on it. I didn't, and this is before I even realized that Mask Rider was a Kamen Rider show. Fancy that one. And Beetleborgs was Metal Heroes, I think it was called, or Metal Warriors. You guys tell me in the comments what Beetleborgs was adapted from. What the name of the Sentai was adapted from. No, I think VR Troopers was Metal Warriors or Metal Hero, and I think Beetleborgs was something else. I could look it up. I will look it up. Actually, I'll do it for you guys. I'm sorry. I'm asking this of you guys, and I got the internet right now. I should be looking them up right now. But I know you guys are helpful too, so I appreciate your guys' help. He was Kamen Rider Black. He was, and I just looked it up right now. It was Kamen Rider Black RX, I think, or RX Kamen Rider Black. Short lived too. I think it was only for like one season or two. Aaron, you guys remember him fighting the silver Mask Rider or the evil Mask Rider? I'm sure you guys do. Where did VR Troopers come from? Metal. Yep. Yep. Metal Heroes, or at least the Metal Heroes series. I think it was called. So it says Superhuman Machine Metaler, or Dimensional Warrior Spielben, or Space Sheriff Scheider. Hmm. Went through three. It's got four different titles. Let's look at Big Bad Billboards. Oh, Big Bad Billboards was an adaptation of Metal Heroes, or Metal Hero. Yep. Ah, let me see if I can pronounce this right. Joku Beat Fighter and Beat Fighter Kabuto for the second season. Hmm. Okay. Yep. Yep. It did go through. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm looking them up right now. It's like I think they're both male hero. I agree with you too. So it was at that they adapted two seasons into one season. No wonder they no wonder they got canceled. It's no way to go, man. You can't gotta space it out, man. Gotta space it out. Anyways, we're on the 3 hour mark, so let me spill on. So I talked a little bit about SPD. I did like Wild Force, especially Merrick when he was in Naku, and that's when my love for wolves started peaking. Because even with Billy becoming the wolf, the when they got the ninja powers, that's when my love for wolves started building up. And by that point, when we got to Wild Force and Palette Wolf got introduced, I was like, oh man, he's gonna be he's my favorite character now. That's when I kind of broke my mode of loving the leader type character. There are times when I break my here's where I break my mode when every time I look at shows like that, and I instantly I did mention earlier that I instantly latch onto the leader, right? But it only gets overwritten when somebody is a wolf character. So if a side character comes in and they're a wolf character, or at least they're wolf base, instant latch on right there, despite there being a leader in that crew. So so when Merrick showed up, I no longer latched onto Cole that much. I stayed on to Merrick. It's the same thing with Korag and Mystic Force. Okay, so that's how JB and Caitlyn was always together. That makes sense. And Ryan was always so Ryan was so so that's why see they should you know something? If I was showrunner, I would have had Ryan basically do a Mask Rider thing with the first season, like Dex. He's like the only superhero transforming, the only Sentai superhero. And then when season two come in, then introduce JB and Caitlyn. Caitlyn was hot too. I had I had a really I had a somewhat crush on Caitlyn, somewhat, but she was beautiful too. She was smoking. It was those eyebrows. That's why. It's because of the eyebrows. I tend to like women with strong eyebrow. How would you say that? I like women with bold eye, not the makeup. I'm talking about like naturally bold eyebrows, especially ones that make her, especially when they have fierce eyebrows. So like, except for Denise Richards, I don't like her. I don't have no attraction towards Denise Richards, and she got some furry eyebrows. Let me tell you, she got some furry eyebrows. But mm, losing my train of thought again. I was talking about Wild Force, right? Yeah, that was another one that had living, breathing animals too, sort of. The way how the Zords operated, they tend to move. They were basically Zords that had minds of their own. That was an interesting concept too. I never really got into the interesting concepts that each Power just brought into, did I? Because I know I mentioned Lost Galaxies Zords for Lightspeed. One thing that really piqued my interest when it came down to the Zords was the Life Force Megazord, where it was a Zord that was powered by the power of the Power Rangers. And it looked like it hurt sometimes when they use that Megazord. As a matter of fact, I need to go into more discussion about the Zords now, because sometimes that's what we usually come to see Power Rangers is the Zord fights. I knew it. I it's the same thing. Why I don't buy into the whole low ratings for Power Rangers. It's the same reason why I don't buy into the low ratings for Power Rangers when it came down to Turbo. But yeah, I would I would I would believe that more so than it being having low ratings, lack of resources, basically. It's the reason why most characters didn't show up half the time because there was no resources to use. But mm, Time Force had a interesting Zord too. The lunar Megazord, I believe it was called. Ooh, no, actually, no, I take that back. The reason I'll tell you why I stuck around with Lightspeed Rescue the way I did was because of Super Train Megazord. That thing, wow! Especially when they showed it in the opening. Oh my goodness, those guns, them cannons. Which which is funny. I mentioned cannons so many times when we talked about the red battle mode. We never mentioned the Shadow Megazord from in space with the Gatling gun hands, or the Dragonzord with the missile fingertips. That was I was I was like that too when the Dragonzord would use his finger missiles. That was pretty cool. Or like ooh, one Megazord I did like the most. Well, not the most. One Zord I did really like was the Galaxy's Megazord from Lost Galaxy, where it, whereas when you know the usual Megazords go to attack, it's always that one shot kill. Yeah, you're right. Delta, not Shadow. Delta. Shadow was in the Shadow Megazord was either in Time Force or Lightspeed Rescue, I think, or was it the Loon? You guys are doing a good job helping me out with this trip with these. Yeah, you're right, Brian. It's the Delta. See, I need to own these stuff on DVD, and it's funny because you know I should have done before I got to the stream. I should have been watching the shows on Netflix just to get more notes. Anyways, live and learn, live and learn. But yeah, no, I was going to the Megazord in Lost Galaxy, whereas a lot of the Megazords tend to have that one sword swipe when they do have swords for weapons. But this one had almost six combo attack, dude. I loved it, and I missed it so much when they always turn it to the Lights of Orion Megazord, and it does that one swipe, and it was a cool image just to see it cut into a monster, and you see the POV shot inside the gash. That was pretty cool. Speaking of Megazords, again, um, the Three Ranger Megazords was a cool. It was a cool way how they make Megazords out of just three Rangers, like the Wind Megazord, the Ninja Wind Megazord. How only one Zord becomes the arm and another Zord becomes the body and the second arm, while the last one becomes the top of the head, or even Dino Thunder's Dino Megazord, or was it what's their first Megazord called? Was it really the Dino Thunder Megazord? You tell me, guys. I think it was the Dino Thunder Megazord. It had a drill for an arm, and I like that one. That was pretty cool. Honestly, I didn't mind the CGI in later Power Rangers shows, especially the Dino Zord, the Dino Thunder Zords. That was it. It did get weird sometimes when it came down to animal Zords, but when there were say vehicle Zords, they were just fine. But when it came to the animals, I did kind of side eye it sometimes. But but this was the technology that we were coming into. The CGI, the wonky CGI, they were the Japanese were experimenting at that time when the Disney era came in, and it followed through in later seasons. RPM though was I would say, as far as the Disney era is concerned, was my top favorite is because of the story it was telling. A dystopian post-apocalypse, sorry, utopian slash dystopian post-apocalypse Power Rangers. And I didn't see that show yet, and I heard comment people hating that show for some reason. And when I got around to seeing it, it was awesome. I like the characters. I like the premise too. Even Venjix was a oof. Venjix was a force to be reckoned with. He was way, I would say he was way better than say Mesagog from Dino Thunder. And I like, and here's the thing, I like Mesagog. I like Mesagog as a villain. I like his voice. You know, I forgot how to say his. I forgot his lines. You got to give me some Mesagog lines. But yeah, and one thing that was interesting about RPM was that none of the monsters talk except for the ones that were sentient, or at least Tanaya 7, uh Dylan's sister, the Black Ranger, or in the case of Dr. K, Ranger Operator Series 5, or Ranger Operator Series Black. Fun fact, Ranger Operator Series Red, the leader, he was on Jessica Jones. He played in Jessica Jones. He was the drug addict in that one. Eka Darville, his name is. Eka Darville was in Jessica Jones. He's a versatile actor, if you ask me. I like him. But yeah, RPM was like my top favorite out of the. I don't know why most people nowadays tend to try to bag on Disney era Power Rangers, because when you go down the list, there's some really good ones. Time Force being, I would say, as much as I put RPM at the top, Time Force if I had to go with the early Disney era ones, Time Force is my top favorite because of the story behind that one. But if I had to go with the later ones, like from Mystic Force all the way down to RPM and Jungle Fury, RPM will be the top one because the way how that was structured. And here's another trivia for RPM. RPM has zero Sentai footage. Zero. And I think that's one of the reasons why that is one of the reasons why it's the top one. RPM is because RPM was done with zero Sentai footage. Everything that they did on screen was all them. No Sentai footage needed at all. Almost, I would say almost zero Sentai footage. I think most of the Sentai footage came from the Zords mostly, but I guess when it came down to Ranger fights, they all did that in Ranger form. So if you guys want to check out which one, definitely check out RPM. Revisit RPM. All that is nothing but them on camera, no Sentai footage, especially when it came down to Ranger fights. I that's one like that's one of the reasons why I love RPM because it was completely American made. It's basically what Mighty Morphin Power Rangers would have been had they not relied on Sentai footage all that much. Basically, but there's not much I would like to say about Neo Saban. I know I was going to cover it. Other than that, Samurai was cool. I did not like the Red Ranger in that one. He was a like a better of a phrase. He was a dick most of the times, and the whole little arc with him was kind of mishandled. And of course, we had a terrible mentor in that one. Megaforce, I avoided like the plague because this is not how you write like a hero squad. They were I would say this for Megaforce. I'd rather rewatch Overdrive than Megaforce. If you really want to choose between incompetent ranger groups, I'd rather watch Overdrive. And that's another thing. I hated Overdrive. Really hated Overdrive. I only saw one episode of Overdrive, and it's the same thing with Megaforce. I only saw one episode, and I quit right there because once they start talking, once I hear the characters talk and it sounds stupid to me, I'm like, nope, nope, not watching it. Nope, no further. That's all it takes sometimes. It's one episode, and I quit. I gotta give Lotar. Lotar, was it Lotar? I think it was Lotar. Lotar, yeah, that's one thing I gotta give props to Lotar. He was a very incompetent villain, but he was actually he was very good at fighting. Especially here's the thing where Ninja Storm failed him as a villain. They showed him willing to take out the mentor outright to the students, and he was a very powerful fighter. But over time, his villainy degraded, and the problem with Ninja Storm was that it had a very bad tone shift. It didn't know what it wanted to be. Either it wanted to be serious or it wanted to be a comedy. That's the one thing that was going against that was working against Ninja Storm was the fact that it didn't know what it wanted to be. Either it wanted to be a comedy or it wanted to be serious, and there was no way you can mix the two in like that. But yeah, I get what you're saying, Matthew Flynn. I I elevate that because that was like he was like the biggest signifier of shift in tone in that show. Whereas Mesagog was always consistent. But again, Dino Thunder was more consistent than Ninja Storm. So I don't. It's one of the reasons why I don't remember Ninja Storm that fondly that much. It was because it never knew what it wanted to be. Even well, Mystic Force, I was like, skipping that one. I saw a few episodes, but I was like, skipping that one. That one looked it. Mystic Force seemed a bit too boring to me. Dino Thunder got me with the opening song though. There's a light in the distance, see it drawing closer. Dino Rangers roar. It's it has to be that way. Some things never last forever. I'm just too indifferent about it. You know, right now I'm still watching Beast Morphers as the latest Neil Saban. I hear Ninja Steel is good, but I haven't watched Ninja Steel yet. I did watch Dino Charge though. Dino Charge is really good. Like if you guys want me to recommend any Neil Saban era shows that are really good, Dino Charge, maybe Ninja Steel, and as a current right now since I've seen the first season, Beast Morphers is really good, really good. I just hope that second season doesn't ruin it for me. Hoping on, like, please let the second season be, because I haven't seen the second season, so I can't really say if the show has remained consistent. Is what I'm saying. So I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried. But Dino Charge is really good, really good, and I think that one also. You know what? I did say SPD had the highest Ranger count. I take that back. I think Dino Charge had the highest Ranger count to date. I think I think Dino Charge beat SPD. I think I'm not sure. You guys can correct me in the comments after the stream is done. If y'all want to look that up yourselves and go by my criteria. Active Rangers. I'm talking about ones that actually had screen time and actually did stuff. Not just they just joined in and helped out for a cool minute and then just piss off somewhere and then come back for the final. I'm talking about they actually are part of the team. Is what I'm saying. And I think Donald Charge might have beaten SPD in that regard. Might. I'm not sure yet. Because that one also had a high Ranger count too. Um, but yes, that's mostly what I can say about the Neil Saban era. I mean, I like the characters in Dino Charge, which was a unique take on Power Rangers history, because one of the Power Rangers in Dino Charge was a caveman, and he was a fish out of water in that one. They had well, here's the thing. Dino Charge was unique to me was because they had rangers from different walks of life. You had a caveman, you had a knight out of time, I believe. Yeah, a knight out of time, and then you had another. You had a monster that could turn into a ranger too. A full body monster. I mean, just like Doggy Kruger with the Shadow Ranger, SPD Shadow Ranger. You had another Doggy Kruger in their team that was originally a villain at first too, but other than that, they became a team. And I think he became an eighth ranger in that regard. What's also unique was their morphers. They shoot their transformation out of a gun. That was interesting about. That's one thing I liked about Dino Charge was the morpher was a gun this time. I didn't even talk about the morphers of Power Rangers, like the classic morphers. I talked a little bit about the Xeonizers, the Turbo morphers, the the Bowlizer. Oh, we didn't even talk about the Bowlizers. What about them, anyways? What can I even say about the Bowlizers? They don't really. I can't really say much about the Bowlizers, which are the armor that later shows adopt. Like every Red Ranger, or sometimes Red Ranger and Green Ranger and Black Ranger, if there was a Black Ranger, had a Bowlizer mode or a Bowlizer form. Like, what can I say about them? They were just toy line upgrades. I mean, I liked Andros's Bowlizer, but my favorite one was Leo's from. What about the 2017 movie? Tell me, Matthew. Which I'm going to get into soon because I'm going to try to wrap this up quick. We're hitting the 4 hour mark closely. I'm going to try to wrap this up quick. I said I was going to speak on a lot. I think I did speak on enough of the of each season. I hope I did. Anyways, yeah, I I think my favorite out of all of them was really Leo's, because and when I'm talking about Leo, I'm talking about Leo from Lost Galaxy. I like his Bowlizer more out of all of them because I like the design of it. It looked very consistent, whereas everybody else's or at least in same thing with Down Thunder's Bowlizer, which with those stretchy hands, those weird stretchy hands. The design looked way more consistent, whereas Andros is kind of, it was cool, but it was like kind of weird mishmash. Um, SPD's had the speedo battleizer, the one with the weird speedo on it. But that's the only reason why I like some of the only like two of the battleizers because they were very consistently designed. Nothing was really distracting me from looking at the design from head to toe, like Leo's battleizer, which was gold all over it and had a phoenix design, and like the boots matched with the armor chest piece and the arms. Same thing with Connor from Dino Thunder, with whereas I think it was called the Jurassic battleizer, the Jurassic mode. Yeah, it was Jurassic mode. It had two modes actually. It had that mode with the stretchy arms, and it also had another mode where he can where he's basically just Ranger form, but he had more of a sleek look to him. But once again, I like that one because it was consistently designed. Like nothing was really distracting me from looking at it from head to toe. And that's my criteria of what makes a good suit design. And let me tell you guys this right now. If you guys are designing characters, that's how whenever I look at character designs, what to me is a good character design is that if I'm able to look at your character from head to toe and not stop for a minute or stop for a long time and look at something that distracts me, if I'm able to look at your character from head to toe, you have created a good character design. If something is distracting me from reaching from top to bottom, that you need to fix that. So it's the one reason why I could not stand to look at Fat Four Sticks character suit designs, because there was always something distracting me every time I looked at those suits. I was like, I need to be able to look at your character from head to toe, and nothing should be distracting me. If I have to focus on something, it's either after I looked at the character from head to toe, and there's something I want to look at for more for focusing on detail. Is what I'm saying. But I have to be able to still follow the character from up to down. If I can clear that, you have made a good character design, and that was the reason why those two battleizers are my favorites, because I'm able to look at them from head to toe with no problems. Whereas other battleizers that came in between, after, and before, cannot stand to look at them that much because there was always something distracting about them. You know, let me get onto it now, since you guys are mentioned. Since Matthew Flynn is mentioned, let's go into the 2010 adaptation of the show of Mighty Morphin, not the reboot. I'm not calling it a reboot. It doesn't. In fact, Power Rangers 2017 do not fit my criteria of what counts as a reboot. Because if it did, then that means Transformers, Bayformers. I mean, Transformers is a reboot of the original series when it's actually an adaptation of the series. So to me, Power Rangers 2017 is an adaptation of the series, the first series. And I was a bit on I was a bit I had my reservations to seeing that movie when I first saw the trailer, the first teaser, I mean. But then when the second trailer came in, and you had Kanye West's power playing in the background, I was like, kind of a little hesitant. Then I saw the Megazord, I was like, oh no, 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 no. I was a bit. My reservation was way stronger then, but I was like, you know what? Let me give it a shot. and I came out of it just fine. I actually like the characters. I like Jason's character. I like the idea that outside of their suits they had super strength and high durability. I like that. It was new. It was different. I like the idea that Zordon was originally a Power Ranger, and he had his own Ranger team along with Rita. That was a nice. That was a nice. That was a new. That's why I say it's not a reboot. You know, I always call it an adaptation. That's what I'm saying. I also like the. I didn't really like the suits that much. Then is to me they needed something to balance out that color. The design was too busy, despite of it being just one shade of color. I like where they went with it, but I think they should have balanced it out with a little more silver, because the silver was only in the center part where the galaxy diamond is at, only in the collarbone area. One thing I did not like the Zord designs, nor did I like the Megazord design, nor did I like the fact that Jason was the only one that pulled out his weapon and nobody questioned that. Nobody even tried to pull out their weapons at like once they got to fighting the place, like immediately he just activates his weapon. I'm like, what? Only him? Where's everybody else's weapon? You know, I did like Rita Repulsa. She was cool. She was. I like the fact that she was a fire too, but like I like her wickedness. She was deliciously evil, to say the least. I Sadly I don't think they're not going to continue with. They're going to try another live action Power Rangers movie that's going to be time travel based, which I'm not thrilled about that. I think they're gonna bring in some old members. I did like the back to 2017. I did like the cameo with Amy Jo Johnson, Kimberly, and Jason David Frank, Tommy. Did like that. That was a nice. That was kind of like a nice cameo. I also like the reference to Marina Bay, which was Marina Bay was the city of Lightspeed Rescue, and Reefside, which was Dino Thunder. That was a nice nod to past Power Rangers shows. Um, though I will say one thing was a real issue, which is I kind of think was a quota thing that they're trying to fill. They try to make they try to dance around the idea that Trini was a lesbian in that movie, and Billy was under the spectrum. What spectrum they never said, but I didn't like that. I didn't like that. I'm a little moderate to that. They didn't really make it like a big deal, but yeah, that is also true. If haven't read them, but if there's any ones that you can recommend me, can you shoot them my way, either Facebook or in the comments after this stream? Recommend me. So I'm definitely would like to read Shadow Grid series with Lord Draken. I definitely want to check that out. I know that Jason David Frank did a promotional commercial for Shadow Grid, and dude, if there's ever if there's ever a reason to bring him back as Tommy, that would be a way to do it. Like adapt Shadow Grid. That can basically get almost every actor who's been a Power Ranger. They did it with Mega Force at the end with the great battle and the legendary battle. I mean, they did that with that. So if anything, get that going. But yeah, that's my assessment of the movie. I mean, I like 2017 Power Rangers enough to get it on Blu-ray, and I rewatch it every once in a while. So obviously, it hit that sweet spot for me to like it enough to keep watching it again and again and again. But like, it's okay. It's all right. And with that being said, I guess I'll stop the stream now. Now it's only three of you guys, and I don't want to keep you guys any further. If you guys want to check out anybody else's stream later on and want to head out, that'll be it. I'm just going to go right now. This has been Wolf 10, your Wolf Commander. This has been the great Wolf Commander Rambles. I'm thankful for everybody who was here earlier. Very thankful. Stay safe, everybody. Try to I played that through Game Pass, by the way. It was all right. It's okay. I have to revisit it and see if my liking to it might improve. But other than that, guys, you guys have a good night. This has been Wolf 10, your werewolf. Ow!